but something is coming out of its rear end, and it's just really difficult for me to see at this moment. So we're just going to sit here for a moment or two and try and figure out what's going on. We're just going to keep the camera on the animal just in case something does happen, but you may recognize the voice. My name is Lauren and Davi is on camera. We're in a completely different part of Madikwe. We're in the northwest now. We're no longer in the east. And it's really difficult to tell. We don't want to turn the car on. I'm debating on that. We're quite far away. There is just clearly something happening. It does look a little bit like sort of a blood color rather than a fecal color. I could be completely wrong. It's just very difficult to tell from here. Obviously hartebeests are herbivores, and they produce sort of pellet-like dung, not sort of this substance. It's just really difficult for me to tell. Ah, there's a yellow pansy butterfly right next to it. It's nice to see a different species other than the brown-veined white. I could be totally wrong, and I'm willing to be. It was just very strange. To see that. It's been a baby crazy morning, that's for sure. Grace. Animals is a big word, Grace. Animals covers mammals, birds, reptiles, everything. It really depends on what you're asking for. I think you would have to be very species specific for that, if not at least category specific. Whether you're talking about mammals or obviously birds lay eggs, I'm aware of that, but it would really depend on what species you're talking about. And labour is very similar to humans. It can differ across the board, the process. It can start with just the early contractions, and then of course it can go right through until the baby enters the world. So it's a bit of a process. You can see the red that's obviously stained the rear end and on the ground. That wasn't there just moments ago. We did see a hartebeest calf maybe about 2 weeks ago dashing through the thicket. If anyone has a huge TV screen that you're watching us on and you're able to tell us, you're welcome to share your thoughts on what's going on. We found a brand new wildebeest calf this morning. My goodness. So it is possible that as you drive around the reserve, you are going to spot animals that are giving birth. It's very difficult to tell if they're in labour as such, just building on your question, Grace. Obviously with humans it is, but animals it can be difficult. You can look out for different signs in different species. Some animals stay with the herd, so then it's very difficult to tell. Some species will leave the herd and sort of isolate themselves and get ready to give birth. It's really sort of very species specific. I'm wondering if we could just go through, get a little bit closer. What do you think, Dobby? Do you think we're good from here? Yeah, we don't want to disturb the individual, but it's very difficult to tell. We actually finished Safari Live with this hartebeest. We was just chilling, and then all of a sudden sat down. It is on its own, and obviously pinky sort of blood-coloured fluid started coming out, which is not normal if you're just doing the toilet. It's just normal urination or defecation that wouldn't happen. But I think it's worth just sitting watching, that's for sure. I feel like I'm just oozing baby energy today. And you see that yellow pansy very, very close. The white ones are the brown veined whites, but the yellow pansy is just on the ground right next to the hartebeest. Kathy Lee, thank you so much. I was waiting on someone like you saying that you have a 55-inch TV and you are agreeing that it is indeed mucus coming out. This could be the very early onset here. Thank you, Kathy Lee. It's tricky for us. Davi's got a tiny little screen that's obviously hard to see in the harsh sunlight. And I'm looking through the monitor, but it's really tricky. But thank you, Kathy Lee. You absolutely think it's sort of that mucus coming out, getting ready. It was just utterly bizarre. It was a normal sort of hartebeest sighting that just all of a sudden changed. I just want to see where she goes before we sort of even think about repositioning or following. Okay, we are going to follow ever so slightly. And just see if we can keep an eye on her. And that's the thing about calling birds and animals, it's tricky. It's really, really tricky. It'd be really special to see if it was. She's still in the road, so once we get round this bend, we'll stop. Give her plenty of space, of course. Okay, we're going to stop here. Yeah, I indeed think it is definitely mucus. You can see her tail's all wet and soggy. And I just don't know if she's going to disappear into the thicket or if she's naturally going to sit down again. Some antelopes give birth standing up, believe it or not, and some do sit down. Let's just keep watching. This is fascinating. I do think it's the onset of birth. Okay, we're just going to very, very quickly get into a better position for you all, and we're going to keep following the story, but for now we're going to send you over to Lisa.
Good morning, everybody, and wow, what a way to start, Lauren. That is super, super exciting. I've been watching, and I also do think she's definitely having contractions. When she was lying down, it was still not very much, but fairly apart. But she's definitely getting uncomfortable now. So hopefully we'll see a baby today. And just like Murphy would want it, we just had zebras drinking water, beautiful. And then as soon as they heard we are coming over, they disappeared off into the bush. There they are. But good morning, everybody. My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. Hopefully we see a lot of great things today at our various waterholes. And I'm very, very happy.
Thank you, Iggy.
That our elephants are back. We had a whole bunch of elephants this morning already, so I'm super excited. I mean, I'm not even too bummed out that we didn't get to show you, because I know Alex showed you some elephants these past few days as well. But that already is a good sign to me. Hopefully, they'll come a couple of times again today. And just the fact that we've got zebras. Earlier on we had some impalas as well. So very, very happy that Mashatu is getting slowly back on track. Alrighty, my beautiful people. It sounds like Lauren and Davi were able to reposition, so let's see what's happening in Madikwe.
Of course, she's moving. Once she gets a little bit further away, we will catch up. There's another hartebeest here, but we're not interested in you right now, I'm afraid. Now, this could be a long process, everyone. The point is, I don't know. It's very difficult to sort of know when you're going to turn your car on as well. This could be really remarkable. And it's not what I thought. I didn't think my first birth would be a hartebeest if that's what ended up happening. We're just going to do a lot of watching and listening. To me, she does look uncomfortable, but I don't know. It's always easy to see when an animal is uncomfortable. Out here in the wild, I mean, you hear of humans screaming and, in so much pain, and it's really quite a big deal. Wild animals can't afford that. They've got to remain silent, undercover. It's got to be something that doesn't attract the predators. Sir 50. Again, another name I'm so happy to hear. Could she just be sick? Again, good point. I feel not. My gut is telling me not. From the behaviour and what we witnessed, because I'm not sure when you joined us, but we did have this female on Safari Live and she was literally just chilling, and then all of a sudden mucus really did start oozing from her. But potentially Sir 50, yes. I always say, Davi and I actually chatted about this fairly recently, that a lot of guides call the birthing process. And it doesn't necessarily mean we're right. And it's possibly that confirmation bias that James Hendry used to speak about. It's what we want. It's what we want to see happen. So we sort of believe it's happening. But it's really very difficult to call in animals, Sir 50. So yes, she possibly could be. But I think we just need to watch. And that's the beauty of what we do, especially on Escape to Nature. We might get nothing. We might sit here for the next 6 hours and nothing might happen. Or the most wonderful thing might happen. And that's the point with the animal kingdom. We shouldn't always speculate, although we always tend to. We should try and just observe and learn as you go. But if it really is the start of birth, that would be so remarkable to share it with you all. On the radio the other day, a guide called in that a giraffe was getting ready to give birth, and we raced there, and we just could not see any female giraffe in the exact spot that they described it. Remotely looked like they were about to give birth. So it's hard to call, is what I'm trying to say. And this is where you better all have your patience pants on, those big comfy patience pants. Put them on, chats. And this process leaves the mother so vulnerable, really. Predators would absolutely seize the opportunity, because if the mother is in labor, then she's obviously not going to be able to run away as fast as she normally would. She's in a very vulnerable position. Sorry, MC, I just missed that. If you could go again. Ragging Pitbull. Yes, you are right. She's nowhere near as round. Absolutely. Zebras, they get very large, and that tummy, when they're really at the end of their gestation period and they're getting ready to sort of give birth, that tummy gets very low. It sort of just all of a sudden drops, if you like a human, and you can really see it. Zebras get remarkably round. It's very obvious. Not all animals, it's obvious that they're pregnant. In the latter stages, maybe. But I mean, elephants, you'd be pushed to tell in the early stages, that's for sure. It's only sort of in the latter stages that you do sort of see that awkward bulge on mum, and you can actually see the calf inside move. But some animals keep it very well hidden, especially your predators. But I agree. Zebras just get ginormous. The other hartebeest is very curious. I think we're all curious, actually. Kathy Lee, I'm going to take lead from you and your 55-inch TV. Very jealous. It was definitely mucus of sorts, absolutely. If you think how open this is just one of the roads here. It's quite an open area. But that's a good thing. It's better being in an open area where you still can rely on your vision, on your senses to know if something's coming, than being in the thicket, surrounded by shrubs. You never know what's sneaking up for you when you're in a vulnerable position. So it's actually more beneficial to just be out in the open. We're so lucky to just be able to sit and watch this, even this morning when we did see the wildebeest calf. Our naturalist Lisa is mentioning that once a mother gives birth, she actually leaves the calf in the sort of vegetation in the thicket and returns periodically to suckle. And with hartebeest, I didn't know that specifically, but I mean, that's exactly what Inyala do. And kudu are also known to do that occasionally. So depends on the antelope species as to how they will sort of navigate the young. Obviously with impala lambs, they very much stay with the herd. They do not leave mum's side until they get a bit too energetic and they just seem to go boing, boing, boing. But otherwise, they very much stay next to mum. But some antelope species do leave the young behind. So I didn't know that about hartebeest specifically, but yes, it is common that that happens. And it's obviously another risky tactic just to leave your young stashed away in the thicket, although the thicket can be very dense and return periodically. I remember James and I found one when we were doing the search and ID. We didn't know what it was. And I'm trying to think now if it was a tiny baby Inyala. I think it was, when I dig deep into the dark corners of my memory. It was, we didn't know what it was on the sort of thermal camera. And it was just this tiny ball that was obviously white with heat. We went to investigate, and I'm sure it was a tiny baby Inyala, and it gets left in the thicket. And Mum only returns to periodically suckle. I just feel this within itself is not entirely normal behaviour from a hartebeest. To me, it looks like she's sitting at a very uncomfortable angle, but I don't know if it's just the way we're positioned looking at her from behind, or whether she really is sitting quite uncomfortably. Nancy, I agree. Completely agree with you, Nancy. It'd be such a privilege. It's really not something that you see often. And obviously, births have been captured a lot in captivity and through sort of cameras that are positioned in enclosures. But in the wild, it's not easy to see. Some people do get lucky with impala. But it really is such a privilege, and I can be honest enough with you all to say I don't know what's going to happen right now. I don't know if this is what we are watching. I don't know how long this is going to take. Obviously, I hope that it is, but I can be honest enough to say I don't know. And if you guys do spot anything that we don't, please let us know. Team effort here. Roshan, I am not sure how I would know that, I'm afraid. We did hear lions calling earlier. We bumped into a leopard this morning, but I don't think I could possibly see if there are any predators nearby. There absolutely could be. Could be a hyena, both species. Could be that leopard returning back on his travels, although I doubt it. Lions absolutely could be, but I don't think I could possibly say if there actually are or not, I'm afraid. It's a very vast area, which is now really thick. And due to the fact that it's some... Oh, okay, we're getting up again. She's very itchy, that's for sure. She's giving herself a good scratch. Very flexible with those scratchies. Really utilizes her hind legs, that's for sure. You can see the rear end is still wet, that there's still moisture there, still mucus. All in all, this is fascinating, either way you look at it, no matter what the outcome is. Hatha yoga. It's very impressive. This position's not ideal. I wonder if we should just go forward a little bit. I mean, we are very far away from her. Just to let you all know, our camera's got the super zoom. Okay, I'm just going to pull over to the side. You'll see how far away we are. It's ridiculous. Kelsey, I would really love to answer that question for you, but I just don't think it's possible for me to say whether she's struggling or not. I'm definitely, that would be massive speculation on my part. Davy, what do you think? Just pull off to the side here. Sorry, Kelsey. I really couldn't say. I don't think so. I think it's just labour. It's a process. It's here. Just want to make sure I get the positioning right. So I don't think she's struggling, but again, I don't think it would be possible for me to say so. She looks uncomfortable, in my opinion. Again, I'm not trying to anthropomorphize. She does look uncomfortable in her own body. For me, I'm getting that impression. Lisa is saying she thinks the contractions have started and the scratchies are not scratchies, but she's trying to speed up the process, very possibly. So quite the maneuver, might I say, from an antelope to really bring that hind leg up and scratch the head. So very possibly, Lisa. But Kelsey, going back to your point, I don't think she's struggling. I just think it's uncomfortable. It's probably painful on some level. And she'll be well aware of what's happening. It's just the contractions will be taking place and she's got to go through with it. If only offspring would just drop, wouldn't that just be so easy? But of course, that's not what happens. But if we do witness something incredible here, we're all witnessing this together, many of us for the first time, including me. Davi has seen a birth, but not a hartebeest. So I guess it's a first for him too. I had a feeling that we would see a birth at Madikwe just because of the high density of all the animals here and their extremely relaxed nature around vehicles, most of them. And the actual species that I find the least relaxed here are buffalo and kudu. But that's just, that's just area dependent. But I didn't expect it would be a hartebeest. And how beautiful is that? Because Davi and I spent quite a lot of time with them in Amakala. But I mean, that's now 9:15, so we've been watching her for about 50 minutes. Actually, 55. We found her at 8:20. And it was just, I just wanted to show you guys a hartebeest. I didn't think that this was going to happen, and it just shows you to really stop and pay attention to everything in the bush. This is what Escape to Nature is all about, really. Let the wildlife do the talking. Let the scenario, let the scene, let the sighting just play out. And here, that's really what we're doing. Just trying to keep a really close eye on what's going on here, trying not to move too much on the vehicle so the camera doesn't shake. But again, MC, if you see anything that I miss, please let me know. She's just oozing discomfort to me. I do feel that I see more sort of liquid, more mucus, I think. Oh, Bundu Bash, that's really sweet of you. She's seen from one mum to another. Keep going, girl. You got this. She has got this, hasn't she? It's very sweet of you, Bundu Bash. And I love your name, too. I wonder what inspired you. Was it Wild Earth? She has got this, absolutely. And I often talk about intelligence and trying to get into an animal's umwelt and its state of mind, but it's something we'll never ever be able to do. But I do often in my own personal thoughts think, how does she feel right now? We'll never know. So again, it would just be entirely speculation, but is there an element, or what is the pain like? Is there an element of feeling overwhelmed? Is there any elements of fear? Or are these all just human attributes that I am thinking of because that's how I would feel? Or is it a lot more simpler than that? Is there an intrinsic understanding of what is happening and an intrinsic way of just sort of understanding what the process is? Okay, we of course are not going to go anywhere. We're going to continue to sit here and watch this hartebeest.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
it's actually quite nice to just sit and watch and see all the insects buzzing. There's a dung beetle walking about, going about his life to the right. Dragonflies keep entering into the picture. That's one thing about summer. Everything is just alive. The vegetation is so green, it's so alive. Pumping with chlorophyll, doing its thing, photosynthesizing. And the ground is crawling. You have to be so careful where you drive. Ants, dung beetles, all sorts of beetles. The air just doesn't stay still from all the different species of butterflies, dragonflies, everything that's flying. That's what I love about summer. I'm actually going to quickly check my Mammals app. Let's just bring it up and see if it sort of reveals anything interesting about the birthing process. Copulation, blah blah. We're way past copulation, yes. Females have their first calves at about 3 years of age. So before giving birth, they become very restless and they leave the herd. So I think, although we have got one individual that has followed her, I do think we can say both of those things. Very restless, and when we originally found her, she was completely on her own. But naturally another individual is nearby, but there is no herd. I don't see any other individual or any other hartebeest. And the female will eat after birth, which is fascinating. That's what we witnessed this morning on Safari Live with the wildebeest. It's fascinating to see. And as Lisa mentioned earlier, she does leave the calf and doesn't only come back to suckle it though, she comes back to clean it, licking up its urine and eating its feces to lessen the scenting. Wow. Doesn't say much about the actual birthing process, so I just thought I would check. I would say she's calmed down in terms of her restlessness though. I wouldn't say she's as restless as she was earlier. I'm going to have a sip of water. Everyone, excuse me. I do apologize. Javi, do you need some water? We're all in the long haul here. So much better. Gita, I don't really know what you mean. How long can she hold up the process? Do you mean stall the process? Do you mean pause? Remember, if a predator arrived, and I really don't believe a predator is going to arrive anyone, but if a predator was to arrive, there would be, you can't halt the process of birth, especially if she's sort of having really frequent contractions and she's really underway. That you can't pause that. Just like a human can. You can't all of a sudden say, just stay in there, there's trouble. If only we could. And she wouldn't be able to. It would really depend on what stage she was at, if she is still able to sort of get up and run away. Obviously, the hair does not hear, which makes her even more vulnerable. But at no stage would she be able to halt the biological process. Naturally, there could be physiological changes. So, for example, when animals and humans get really stressed, our cortisol levels can rise and all sorts of chemical changes can take place in our body and hormonal changes. So if she's in the early stages of labour, then she may that fight or flight response will kick in. Maybe stress levels will get high and she'll react immediately, but she wouldn't be able to halt the process. But I think if she's in the very sort of later stages of birth where the contractions are really frequent and, her body's in that position where she's probably not able to move, definitely not able to run away, then she would maybe have to try and stand her ground with the predator. Or, as I have seen on that dark internet, photos of impala ewes who have not been able to sort of get away. They're literally given birth. The lamb is sort of, entered into the world, and the predators actually pull it out and run away with the lamb. It's just very sad. And I don't think that is going to happen in any way, shape or form. But the point is, if she really can't move, then she's not going to be able to flee or halt the process. It's all biological at the end of the day. And once it starts, it'll be very difficult to stop. It'll be remarkable if we're able to see this through, because, we have, as I mentioned, been watching her since 8:20 all together as a team. And I think it would be really quite remarkable if we were able to see this through. There was liquid there. I'm not sure if that was urination or not, but there was definitely liquid there. Visa is asking how long you and I, Darby, have been partners in crime. What kind of partners are we asking about? Darby and I are partners in crime, as many of you know, and we have been working together for 4 years now. My goodness, it's a long time. From Juma, the Juma days, right through to Amakala, and now Madikwe. But we're obviously partners in crimes on other projects too. So this would be a really special sighting for us. It is already a special sighting. Even if the outcome isn't what we think it's going to be or what we want it to be, it is already a special sighting. I think the fact that she is relaxed with us, I mean, we're not very close, but we're not terribly far. She'll be very aware of our presence here. And she's relaxed. And it's funny how things happen in the wild. You know, you can drive around for days not finding anything. I remember back in the day, we all used to dement ourselves. We'd come back to camp and Tristan would be, couldn't find that leopard, whoever he's been tracking. And James Hendry will be upset that he didn't get what. And it's just because we're so passionate and we're trying so hard to find the things that we want to find. Jamie always used to tell me that she used to come back and get so upset when she made the wrong decision. So for example, she turned left and she should have turned right. And if she turned right, she would have went up that road and found that leopard or found that pride of lions. But she turned left. And she'll always come back and just say, why did I turn left? I should have turned right. I was going to turn right, but then I turned left. And honestly, we always used to beat ourselves up, and it's just because we are passionate and we want to be able to showcase everything for you. But of course, that's not realistic. If any of you have ever been on a safari, even an ocean safari, Davy and I just finished an ocean safari, one of the best trips of my life actually, and it's not always going to go your way. You're not always going to get lucky. You're not always going to see everything that you want to see. It's a journey. And I think throughout my career, up until this point, I've definitely learned that. I've learned a lot of things. And you've just got to enjoy the journey. I remember one time in Juma, I think it was like 28 drives or something, Tristan didn't see a leopard. And he was keeping count. And oh boy, did we hear about it every single day. The tally just got higher and higher. And of course, it was just a seasonal thing. It was very wet. Roads were closed. Just heavy rains day after day. And the bush just getting thicker. And oh, that was a bleak time for Tristan. But that's just part of the journey. And when that ends, you just go into a new season, new swing, new behaviors, new movements. Change is the only constant. And I know as cheesy as that sounds, that really is the case for nature. Nothing in nature is static. Even although you think it is, from our sort of visual field, we look at things and we maybe look at this ecosystem as trees that don't move, plants that don't move, grass that doesn't move. Okay, the animals do move, but otherwise the ecosystem from a visual perspective is very static. That is not the case. Nothing in nature is static, and it never will be. It's constantly changing. But sometimes when you're immersed in it day after day, like we are out here, you sort of overlook those aspects. You sort of overlook the fact that things are constantly changing, and not only changing but adapting. So even if this sighting doesn't go the way we think it's going to go, then it's still pretty special sighting. Especially when we just stopped because it was a random hartebeest that we just wanted to show you, because we haven't put hartebeest on the screen from Madikwe. Patient pants are definitely well and truly on today. It's approaching an hour and a half now since we first saw signs that she could be in labor. She's chewing the cud, but otherwise looks very relaxed. We're just going to sit and watch for a moment or two. Quite a nice breeze is just picked up out of nowhere. I'm not complaining. And you know, a lot of people message me and say, I want a job just like you. How did you get into it? And I won't bore you, don't worry. But such a process for me to make it where I am today. It was definitely convoluted and not a sort of straight pathway, that's for sure. But a lot of people that do aspire to get into wildlife are not always too aware that there is a lot of time doing nothing. There's a lot of time of finding nothing. There's a lot of time of just watching. The only way you can grow in the field, whether it's in the ocean or on land, is to watch. Hours of it. Hours of it. You've really got to be ready to just sit and wait. And not just for births, but just for anything. Because although textbooks are incredible, and I'm obsessed with books, I love books, but they can only get you so far in your learning journey. You really have to sort of watch situations and learn from experience. Experience is a huge part. And just driving around is not really going to sort of build on your experience. You may become a better driver, but you need to really just sit and watch things play out and watch behaviors on a species level, but also on an individual level. Very much a big believer in animals are also individuals. And we can see it in the leopards, that's for sure. So it's going to be applicable across the board. Even in the ocean, you'll just find some fish have these personalities that just make you laugh. And individuals of the same species have different personalities. You can see it. And I would just recommend to anyone wanting to get into any aspect of wildlife, you have to really learn to sit and watch. you're not a patient person, then may not be for you. Velda Orca, we have actually just been through this, but just to recap, the strategy for the hartebeest, she's already left the herd, although there is an individual nearby, she's left the herd. So she's on her own. And the benefits of being in an open area like this definitely outweigh being in a sort of thick secluded area. So to her, she probably thought this was secluded, yes, but it is open. And that is due to the fact that she can still stay alert. She can still look all around her. She can still hear, she can still smell. So it's going to be a lot more challenging for a leopard, for example, to sneak up on her, because she'll see it. And she can still alarm call, and when she alarm calls, others will be alerted, and then others will alarm call. Because she can see 360. Now, if she sort of tucked herself into the dense thicket, and although it's not very tall shrubbery that she has around her, it's dense, it's thick. So if she was to tuck herself into the thicket, her vision is completely reduced. All she can see is thicket. Her smell might also be reduced because she can just smell strongly the vegetation all around her. And her hearing may be slightly reduced. She's not really going to know if a leopard is sneaking up on her. She doesn't care about vehicles. We are obviously not even a part of this situation. But by keeping open, she can still scan. She can still stay alert, even though she's obviously in a vulnerable position and what we think is in labour. So Velda Orca, is actually better for her to be in the open. Now, this may not work for all species. I mean, that wildebeest this morning gave birth in the herd. But again, it was wasn't as open as this, but it was an open area. There's actually another individual just arrived. So I hope that made sense, Velda Orca. But it's different strategies depending on your social structure and your habitat, threats. I think it's funny when they put their ears down like that. No, don't disappear into the thicket. That's what I didn't want to happen. It's because that male rocked up. We're going to just wait a bit. We potentially can move forward. I just want to see what she does now that there are two other hartebeest here. Picky, you're saying you're not alone, Mama. So many of us are holding thumbs for you. Yes, I definitely am. You hear that, Mama? You're not alone. That was a male that arrived, and obviously it's not what she wants to be around. If she's about to give birth. Yep, she's actually waddling. She's walking so sort of uncomfortable. Big wide gait, big waddle. I can still see her. Oh, this chair doesn't click into place. Oh, it keeps moving. That's wonderful. I need the seat to be right next to the steering wheel. Davi, have you got any sort of view from here? It's not going to be great, but I don't want to drive and cause her to go further into the thicket. No, it's not great, is it? Okay, let me go forward a little bit. She's going further in. I think I might just go forward a little bit more.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Okay, I'm just deciding what to do. we are going to reposition again. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, everyone! Has she just found this calf, or has she just given birth in this space? So I don't know if she'd given birth just a little bit earlier and she came on the road to rest, and what we saw was actually after birth and not the beginning of birth. Let us see you, little calf. That's why you should also be careful about speculating. So she'd given birth, she came onto the road to rest. She was still in extreme discomfort. That was the afterbirth, and she's gone back to the calf. That can't have just happened in the space of time that we moved the vehicle. The calf's not walking well, though. It's very sticky. Okay, I'm going to try and do a turn here. Oh my goodness. It's still a brand newborn. How crazy was that? Can you work with this, Dobby? There's a little one. Unbelievable. That's why you should be careful about speculating, really, because she had given birth before we arrived. And when we arrived, we saw her leaking the afterbirth part. Still in a lot of discomfort. And now she's gone back, that she's probably not. Remember, I was starting to say she's looking less restless. And I think she was just starting to calm down, just sort of getting back to normal. Gone back to get the calf. Oh, Michelle. You're saying thank you, Mama Hartebeest, for making this world a more beautiful place, and welcome to the world, the beautiful baby. You are loved. Wow, wow, wow. What a story. So that's twice today we've captured the tail end of birth and we've witnessed the afterbirth. Amazing. Okay, I'm just just going to turn the camera around a little bit more, but can you honestly believe this? If we'd left, we would have never have seen that calf. Okay, I'm going to struggle with this chair. Hold on. Okay, when the chair goes back, I'm not able to reach the pedals, so bear with me. I am an extremely short human. We'll need to get that looked at. Can you believe that? We just rounded the corner and there is the calf. Okay, I'm just trying to see how we can get some views here. It's not the best views now. You can see they've gone right into the... Oh, hello you. Hi. Mareebs. Mareebs, you're saying 2 newborns in a space of 90 minutes. Well done, Team Midzikwe. Oh, thank you so much. It was worth waiting. I didn't know if she was in birth, honestly. If she was in labor, sorry. It very much looked that way. But that's why you've kind of just got to wait and let things play out. Because actually she had just given birth. And when we arrived, she was clearly left the calf stashed away and come to just rest on the road, where her body was obviously still probably going through contractions, albeit a lot less in intensity and frequency, and she was just getting rid of the sort of afterbirth and all the stuff that she has to. And then we turn the corner and there's a calf. Oh. Now we need to capture the actual birth happening, Javi.
We do.
And that's our next goal, as well as finding a leopard. It's so precious. Where are you, little one? And even if you don't get it right, it's amazing what you can glean from animal behavior. She was in discomfort, and it's amazing when you just stop instead of driving past herds of antelope. Just right now, especially, just watch. Are any of them acting slightly odd? Are any of them acting slightly strange? A hartebeest of all animals, I didn't expect that. We're lucky to see this little calf if they do keep them sort of stashed away in the vegetation. Isn't this the sweetest little thing? Wow, today is the day for births, that's for sure. I think they are disappearing into the thicket now, but what a wonderful morning it really has been. Wow, and just like that, they've all but disappeared. Ah, there they are. It was the biggest surprise of the morning rounding that corner. Wow, what a morning, everyone. I think Team Majikwe needs some coffee and rusks, that's for sure. The tummy rumbles are starting, but thank you for joining me on that journey. That really was quite something. But as we take a little bit of a rest, we're going to send you guys over to Ben to say hello.
Oh, thanks, Lauren. Go and enjoy that well-earned rest. But it sounds like you've had a fabulous morning up there with baby wildebeests and baby hartebeests. It's a morning of babies, certainly. Well, we've got some impala at Treehouse Dam enjoying a drink on what is turning out to be a very, very warm late morning here on Djuma Private Game Reserve. Of course, we are in the eastern side of South Africa in the Lowveld, bordering the Kruger National Park. Impala's obviously enjoying a nice drink in this fairly oppressive heat. But my name is Ben, I have Igor with me, and we have swapped from Rooster, which we were on this morning, to Rusty for Escape to Nature, and this is my maiden voyage on Escape to Nature, so I'm delighted to share it with you. And we are going to spend a little bit of time here, I think, at Treehouse Dam. So it is very, very warm today, so we are going to pretty much park up next to the dam and see what comes down for a drink. We've had a couple of herds of impala coming down. Dewey, our resident hippo, who went AWOL for a few days, is back, and just his head bobbing above the surface there. And yeah, we've had a couple of nice groups of impalas coming down, some mixed herds. We've got no lambs at the moment, but there are some around. They've had a drink and moved back off into the shade. We've still got a few females, a few younger males, and a couple of adult males just flexing their muscles there. And everybody enjoying a little bit of nature's elixir today. Good to see that we still have water in the dam. We are fairly, I wouldn't say desperate for rain, but certainly much in need of some rain to fill these dams up during the summer, so that when we move into the drier winter months, by the time we get to sort of April time, hopefully there will be a sufficient amount of water to keep the level nice and high during the dry winter times. And of course for Dewey as well, this is his home. This is where he wants to be. He's going to struggle if all the water dries up. We were just having a debate about impalas, because obviously I've been doing this for a long time, and I have seen my fair share of impalas and groups of impalas throughout the year. Thank you. So I missed the name there, Morgan. I'm so sorry, but whoever that was who's glad to spend extra time with us, thank you very much. And we are of the same opinion. It's a real treat to share some extra time out here in the bush time. All bush time is great time. Julia, it was Julia. Julia, thank you so much. I hope you joined us earlier this morning on the Sunrise Safari. And yeah, we're going to see what comes down to have a drink. But yeah, so we were debating about impalas. I've seen many impalas over the last 15 years or so of doing game drives. But I don't remember a year where we've had so many sort of nursery herds of females with youngsters, with a dominant male still in tow and still sort of flexing his muscles and still grunting and chasing females and chasing any other males away. Normally speaking, in impala society, according to the textbooks at least, everything should be very calm amongst the rams at the moment, because all the females have young. They're not coming into estrus. They're not producing the right hormones for that to happen. Those hormones are being suppressed because they are busy lactating. And then the males normally go back to being friends and doing their own thing, sticking together in those bachelor herds for safety in numbers, and then they will only start fighting amongst each other as we get into sort of March, April, May, when next year's rut will occur, and then the winners will hold their territories and hope that they have breeding opportunities. But I've seen multiple males just over the last couple of weeks following females around, doing their phlegm and grimace, tasting the urine, trying to figure out the status of the females there. And it must have always happened, but I've just never noticed it until now. So we were just sort of debating perhaps some of the reasons for that. Are they maybe young males that are just sort of practicing for next year's rut when they do get to be the territorial male? Or could it be that there are some females that didn't fall pregnant? It's also, I suppose, a possibility, although it's very normal for about 98% of all impalas to fall pregnant every year, so the statistics tell us. It could be young males, as I said, who are sort of inexperienced. We also debated, could it be maybe the last male who was territorial over that group of females, who is exhibiting some sort of parental protection over those females? Not really sure. If anybody's got any suggestions, feel free to send them in. But maybe it does happen every year, and for some reason I've just noticed it more because we spend a bit more time with impalas and actually filming them, and I also get to see it on a screen, which sort of gives you a more specific picture as opposed to just sort of watching a herd, and maybe you then don't notice those specific interactions. But everything's different. Everything in nature is different every day. We have quiet days followed by crazy mornings and crazy afternoons. You never know what you're going to see.
Are the India in Africa or is it just antelope? In the USA we have one antelope, the pronghorn.
Kathy Lee, thank you for the question. Yes, you guys have the pronghorn antelope over in America. Certainly in southern Africa we don't have any deers. I can't honestly say that there aren't any deers in the whole of Africa. I don't think so, but I do not know the entire diversity of the continent, I'm afraid. Obviously, as I understand it, and I stand to be corrected because I don't work with deer, obviously I was born and raised in the UK where we do have deer, but I wasn't much of a naturalist when I was over there, and it's actually strange going back to the UK. I don't recognise any trees, I don't know anything about the animals. I feel a little bit stupid when I go back to the UK, actually. But I believe one of the defining characteristics of a deer is the fact that they have the antlers as opposed to horns. So of course, antlers are shed on a yearly basis. And there is a vascular system running through them, so it's sort of living tissue, whereas all the antelope species that certainly we have in southern Africa and East Africa, certainly from what I recall from my time up there, of course those horns are actual bone which is fused to the skull, and then it has that keratin sheath, that sort of black hard cuticle-like covering, which is made out of the same substance as toenails and fingernails basically. So they're not shed here, and if a horn was to break during some sort of altercation with another male, then it will not grow back. So, Kathy Lee, as far as I know, there are no deer species, certainly in southern or East Africa, but I do not know much about North Africa or West Africa, and there are some weird things in Central Africa in the rainforests there, or the forested areas, but not to my knowledge. Igor, are you aware of any other deers in Africa in general?
No, not to my knowledge.
No, Igor also doesn't think so, but never say never, Kathy Lee, but not to my knowledge. It's perhaps something I should look into more. I was actually hoping at some point to go to the Americas. I've never been to either North or South America, and I would very much like to go to Alaska. Has always been on the top of my list, and I'd love to see a moose. I don't know why, but I've got this thing about seeing a moose. I think there's something about just how big they are. Even though I know how big they are and I've seen pictures of it, I would like to actually physically see a moose. That's one of my... And I quite like the name, moose. It runs off the tongue quite well. I'd very much like to see a moose, as well as a bear. I've never seen a bear in the wild. So thanks, Kathy Lee. I hope that helps. But yeah, please do send in your comments and questions. It would be greatly appreciated. But all now seems to be quiet here at Treehouse Dam. Our resident families of buffalo weavers are busy fiddling around with their nests. I still see them occasionally carrying in new sticks. They're sort of forever reinforcing those nests. And interestingly, we've got a couple of different nests here, and it's quite normal for them to steal sticks out of each other's nests when they're in close proximity to them. We can certainly hear them chattering away, and obviously there is the ever-present sound of the woodlands kingfishers calling, which is very much a summer sound here. A couple of blacksmith lapwings patrolling the shoreline, but I'm sure we won't have to wait very long for some more animals to come down to drink. We did see some kudus earlier, but they were just vacating the area when we arrived. And Dewey seems to have, I think he's fallen asleep, which of course is quite normal for hippos this time of the year, this time of the day. No, not completely asleep. I can just see his head breaching every now and again, but he's certainly not firing on all cylinders. Not that I know how many cylinders a hippo has. Hippo power, horsepower, I don't know. If he was completely asleep, of course, we would just see his nostrils pop up maybe once every 30 seconds to take a deep breath, and he does that completely unconsciously, same way that you continue to breathe whilst you're asleep. And of course there is sleep apnea, isn't it? If you have a tendency to stop breathing whilst you're asleep, and some people have to wear those little masks, that would be a problem for a hippo, I would think. Just also spending a little bit of time here, trying to watch the interactions in these buffalo weaver nests, because it's something we see an awful lot of, but there's not a huge amount of documentation on the buffalo weavers. But you see, we've got this nest. You can just see one on the left of the nest there. The little bottom was sticking out a minute ago. Of course, they are cooperative breeders and communal nesters, so inside that big mass of sort of usually thorny twigs, which you think is there for a defense mechanism, to give you an idea of scale, that's probably about 1.5 meters in length. There's lots of individual chambers in there, and there will be multiple males in there that will each control a certain number of those chambers and the associated females. And the females will actually sort of, inside those twigs will be a more standardized sort of woven nest of grass and other vegetation. So it's almost like a block of flats, I suppose you could say, in there. But I'm going to watch them and see if we can see any interactions. I'm intrigued to see if any of them are stealing sticks from each other, because there's more nests on the marula at the back of Treehouse Dam. But let's send you over to Lisa. I think she is currently having a look at Kukuru, if I'm not much mistaken.
Recording?
Thank you, Ben, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. It is wonderful having you, so thank you for getting out there. And of course to Lauren and to Davi, thank you guys for sticking it out for that beautiful hartebeest and her youngster. I too was indeed incorrect with calling it, the birth coming instead. But hopefully, Lauren, Davi, you guys can soon, one of these days, see your first birth. Or well, Lauren, at least see your first birth. But you can see it is a beautiful day here in Okokoyo. I've just been checking the animals out. We've had some zebras, wildebeest. I'm very surprised as we have not had all that many springbok yet. So hopefully they also come around today. As I say, when animals tend to show up every single day, you get so used to them and you sort of start taking advantage of seeing them every single day. But you can see it is just a beautiful, peaceful day here in Okokoyo. Again, that just shows you the beauty about nature. Just getting back to Lauren's awesome sighting, I too initially thought it is definitely a female giving birth, because she did sort of seem like she's having contractions. At first they were, from what I saw at least, at first they were very far apart, and then they became a bit closer, and then we discovered, she already had the baby. So it really does, you can be a guide or naturalist for 50 years, you can be for 5 years, you can be for 5 minutes, but there's always going to be something new for you to experience. And I have to be honest with you, I was very excited. I don't have a lot of experience with red hartebeest. I've worked with them a little bit, but not all too much. So I myself was very excited about getting to know, the process as well. And that's why I also asked Lauren, how much do you know about the birthing process and everything? Because I personally did not know that they leave the calf and, suckle periodically, which is then what we saw, which is amazing. And, it sort of brings me to the fact of, would it be better to have your young, within the protection of your group, your herd, your harem, your pride? Or would it be better to have it, somewhere solitary by yourself? I think it's an interesting debate. Because when you're by yourself, yes, all right, you definitely can hide the little one, I assume, a bit better. But then when you are with a group, you could potentially have the protection of the group. But then you might be spotted and singled out earlier because you've got a big group of animals. So I don't know. I don't know what I would prefer. Lenny, good morning. Thank you. You are saying welcome back. I was missed. Thank you so much. I don't know if everyone would agree with you. I tend to be very loud, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Morgan. But thank you so much. It's always good to be back. And it's, even when I was a naturalist in the bush, it's very... Even if you're away for just 2 days or you're away for 2 weeks, you always get back and wonder, am I going to still know how to do my job? Well, I guess it's like driving. You never truly forget how to do it. You just have to get back into the rhythm of things. So thank you, Lenny. It's good to be back with all of you for the next few days. And of course, as Ben mentioned, we are live, we are interactive, so please do send through any questions, comments, suggestions, anything you might have throughout the day. You truly are welcome to ask us anything. I myself had a bit of a quiz mania for Lauren this morning. It's always good to learn and to want to know and to want to ask questions. You can never know enough. And of course, if there's something you want to tell me, if you have in fact experienced a red hartebeest birth, or if you have experienced any other birth, my very first birth was a wildebeest, and to date my last one was also a wildebeest. So I was very anxious this morning. I was really hoping we are going to see an actual birth. But of course, if you have any experience or anything you would like to teach us, you are more than welcome to always do so. Hello, springbokkies. We also did have a beautiful bird of prey this morning. Unfortunately, I could not get close enough to properly ID it. It was definitely an eagle, but I cannot tell you which eagle. As I say, purely because it was a little bit far away. But oh goodness, I speculate it might have been a long-crested eagle, which I know is a long shot. But as I said, it was a little bit difficult for me as it was very, very far away and in a very dense tree. But the coloration, the beak, everything made it look like that. But it could also have just been a black-chested snake eagle. You know, it's tricky when you don't have everything right in front of you, which also makes it a lot more fun. It's good to speculate, ask questions, give your own interpretations. And I have been contemplating for quite some time now whether I am going to discuss this today or not. But this morning we woke up and my boyfriend is actually terrified of bats. Like he's got a phobia. And I made a joke the other day and I said I'm going to get him a baby bat for Christmas. And this morning he said to me, "You're not going to believe this." And so we had a tiny, tiny baby bat on our bathroom floor. So if any of you have any experience with bats or anything, of course, we didn't have time to take it to the SPCA or, really didn't know what to do. And I have done some research on it. But please do let me know what else I'm supposed to do, because I have no idea. But, we left it in a warm spot. We left it in a cornered area. Well, when I say cornered, it can escape, but nothing can get to it. But yes, furthermore, I have no idea what to do with it. And it was very ironic, as I say, because he's terrified of them. And I said, I'm going to get him a baby bat for Christmas. But yes, please do give this naturalist a shout if you know what to do.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
And it's so interesting because I think I think it was Wagging Pitbull, if I'm not mistaken, that commented, zebras or the red hartebeest aren't nearly as big as zebras when they are pregnant. But of course, all of these animals have different gestation periods. And that being said, even when a zebra is not pregnant, they are still very bloated and rounded animals due to their gassy digestive system. Plus, zebras are pregnant for just over a year, and then the red hartebeest that we saw, their gestation is 8 months. So that could also be a contributing factor. Just want to see, it seemed like all of the animals were watching off to the left. Just want to see if anyone's approaching. Just want to see what is happening. Why is everyone a bit nervous? However, the springbok do not. White mane, you are saying your stripy beauties look stunning against the white rocks. Yes, I have to say everything here in Ukokweyo looks stunning against the white rocks, and it's rather scary actually how well everything camouflages. You would think, okay, well, it's white rocks, so you'll immediately see everything, but it's just such an immaculate camouflage for a lot of animals. For the springboks, for the lions, for the oryxes, even for the wildebeests. And specifically now with this time coming in, it's really going to help the wildebeests out a lot, since the babies are much lighter in color. Why is that one oryx walking with its tail like that? But from what we know, we definitely have 2 oryx babies so far. One significantly smaller than the other. And it's 2 separate sightings that we've had. But of course, the oryxes still have to give birth. As I said, I have not yet seen a wildebeest with a baby over here in Ukokweyo. We've seen some zebra calves. But of course, like Lawrence spoke about, the animals don't necessarily, plan it to, okay, we're all going to do it at this time, even though it does always seem that way. But if you think about it biologically and anatomically, they can only withhold it for so long. This one oryx is very, very uncomfortable. I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know if it just needs to go to the loo. It's tricky, After this morning, I don't want to speculate and interpret my own opinions on what is happening. But that constant lifting of the tail and the bend at the end of the tail, that is, from the births I've seen at least, from general game, that is generally a good indicator. But anyway, I will continue to observe them and monitor them and see what is happening. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Andrew in Amakhala.
Thanks very much, Lisa, and here in the Amakhala Game Reserve, out in the Eastern Cape Bushveld, on what looks like it's going to be a fairly hot late morning / afternoon, and we're just busy watching some ostrich at the moment. And greetings again, my name is Andrew, and I do have Mr. BK behind camera with me. Hope you're all doing fantastic today, and good day to view ostrich, I think, here at the Liebenbush Flats area. This is a very productive area the last few days. We've seen giraffe here, ostrich here, multitudes of antelope, and then I think it was yesterday we had a breeding herd of buffalo here as well. So these ostriches are quite mobile at the moment, so we've been stopping and starting and stopping and starting just to catch up with them. It's just amazing how quickly they do move around when they want to move. So this is the group of 5 that we've been seeing, the youngsters with the 2 adults, but I only saw 4. Let me just see, perhaps the other one is somewhere in the bush that we haven't seen. And they are getting fairly big now. And BK and I were just trying to discuss earlier on how much we think these young ones are weighing at the moment. And we think probably close to 12 kilograms, around about there. And there's the beautiful male just walking through there, sort of herding along with these youngsters over here, making sure that they're all together in a unit and walking through as a family. Now let's see if we can see them again. Just behind the bush there. Yeah, let's do that. We're just gonna, what we call wrap around, we're just gonna drive around to see if we can catch up with them again. Alrighty, let's see if we can catch them there. They are moving quite a bit now, so we'll probably have to wrap around at some point again and just see how that goes. Alright, while we are driving around, I'm going to send you over to Ben out in the Sabi Sands Game Reserve.
Welcome back to Djuma and to Treehouse Dam, everybody. We've just been enjoying these 3 sort of sub-adult kudus. They just came down for a drink, but look as if they're going to do their ghost thing and disappear back off into the bush. Actually, I was thinking, sitting here watching them, that I've never seen these three individuals here, and we do spend an awful lot of time driving around Juma, and one assumes that they have a home range that incorporates this area, and this is, I think, the first time I've seen this little group of three. We don't see very many male kudus here. They are very, very elusive. We see groups of females, and occasionally we'll find a male with a group of females, because there would be one of them coming into estrus. But they do form little bachelor groups as well, but they are somewhat elusive. And yeah, first time I've seen this little group. They are not quite fully grown. They've got best part of the sort of, I would say, 2 twists. Of course, 2.5 twists is fully grown, but you can see they would need to fill out a little bit more if they were full-grown males. So still sort of late teens, I would suggest, if we put it into human terms. They're very elegant, regal animals, the kudus. They're very, very impressive horns, regardless, even if they're not quite completely grown yet. And of course, the kudu horns are the emblem of the Kruger National Park. The government owns signs in this area is they're generally quite narrow, i.e. they're not super sort of spread wide apart. If you go to other areas, even in South Africa, which is more open and grassy, you'll find the horns grow far more apart from one another, giving them a lot.
Thank you, Ben. And speaking of animals and national emblems, etc., we are still with Namibia's national animal. And there's definitely something going on. As I say, after this experience with Lauren this morning, I don't want to speculate or interpret anything anymore. But this one oryx is definitely like literally the other 3 keep following her around. Keeps following her around. And she keeps lifting her tail, which, as I say, from my experience and the births I've seen from plains game, generally that is also an indication of, wanting to give birth. As I say, it's just a very odd behavior. They are not at all going to the water hole. The other 2 have also continued to follow the one, so I'm not too sure what's happening. However, if I come into the world, I don't know if I'd want to fall on these white rocks. But they do what they have to do out here. And of course, nature is very, very resilient. So they are in fact designed for these things. But as I say, this is just me. I don't even want to say speculating, slightly speculating, because this morning we learned that you can very easily be wrong. But from what I know of oryxes, generally the calf will stay with mommy, not like the red hartebeest we saw this morning that gets tucked away into the grass and then every now and again gets suckled. But again, that is just from what I know from books. I don't have a lot of experience with oryx myself as well in terms of real life. I've gotten to observe and monitor them rather well here since I've been with Wild Earth. But it would be rather interesting. But as I say, it's just very odd behavior. Generally they have one mission, they go to the water and they go back, or they'll sort of tag along the way. But now I don't even know which oryx it was. It's like that game where you put something under 3 cups and you sort of move it around and then you have to keep up with which cup it was. It's one of these three oryxes. You will see. There we go. It's the one in the middle. She keeps doing that. And as I say, the other oryx keeps following her around and then smelling her rear end. It's So we will see. But again, I could be wrong. They could just be having a weird day. You know, animals are not the same every single day. They do not have the same patterns or routines or habits every single day, just like humans. Now I'm not sure. But also what we saw earlier on with again, we were wrong because, you know, that red hartebeest wasn't giving birth. She was in fact experiencing the afterbirth effects. But what she did constantly with her head as well to the stomach, you know, often people think that is initially actually how I saw my first birth. Is I saw this wildebeest and I thought, whew, you must be very, very itchy. And it kept smacking the stomach with the head. But, you know, initially we realized, okay, it's actually trying to speed things up just by gently, I don't know, I've never been pregnant, so I wouldn't know, but I've seen a lot of pregnant ladies, you know, rubbing the tummy and sort of calming things down. I don't know if that's how it works with humans. I don't know if that's how it works with animals. But again, personal interpretation, common logic would tell me that that might probably speed things along. If they do in fact do that. Ooh, there's a kudu in the background. So I definitely just want to keep an eye on them. As I say, it's this small group. But I don't want to lose them and then, you know, we might potentially miss something. After all, this is what Escape to Nature is all about, just observing the animals, just taking it all in. And it really is, whilst Lauren and Davy were with that red hartebeest, I thought it's so ironic because a birth and a kill is very, very much alike in nature. You know, it takes a lot of time. It can be 5 minutes that you sit and observe it and something happens. It can be 3 hours that you sit and wait and nothing happens. So it really is all about patience and just observing them. And of course, you know, getting educated in the process. This morning was definitely educational for myself. And I hope for all of you as well. And that truly is the beauty about it. As I say, there might be absolutely nothing happening here with these oryxes. It might just be an odd day. No, oryxes, you are going to confuse me now. I'm gonna mix up my cups now if I get more oryxes. Aw. Okay, we will try our best. And as I say, there might be absolutely nothing happening. I can't imagine, giving birth on these rocks. I would think that they would head deeper into the bush, number one, not being so open and vulnerable. But also, secondly, it must be pretty hard. But again, Mother Nature is very, very resilient. And they are designed for these types of situations and habitats and everything going on around them. So we shall see. Again, I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. Might be nothing. But always good to rather keep an eye on them and potentially see something as opposed to just knocking it and then, missing it. And this is also definitely why I think something's happening with one of the individuals, because you see the other oryxes that just came from the back. They had one mission coming straight to the water, and then they'll probably take off again, stand around a bit, but then, continuously move on, whether it's slow or fast. Whereas these four individuals that we've been observing, they've definitely sort of, they've been very weird with their behavior. No specific movement or direction or mission or anything like that. Maybe it's going to be a water birth. So it's this big oryx that is basically in the middle. You'll see she keeps lifting her tail, but just watch the other three oryxes around her. They keep following her. If she moves, if she goes forward or to the left or to the water or whatever, they keep following her. So that is another reason, I think. But again, I myself do not have personal live experience with oryxes giving birth or anything like that. This is pure speculation and interpreting the animal's behaviors. And also they're never this vigilant when they get to the water. Specifically the oryxes. They love just getting into the water to cool off, so I think that might be another indicator, the fact that she is so cautious. I don't know what to think. We'll just watch. White mane, you are asking, are they Namakwa doves in front of the oryx? It could be. It's a little bit difficult. I don't know if you mean right now or when they were more in the background. It could have been. Of course, we do have the Namakwa doves here, so it's very, very possible. Very possible. But we also get the turtle doves here. So, but it may definitely may have been the Namakwa doves, yes. It's definitely very odd behavior, this. See this behavior. So the one at the back, if I'm looking correctly, the one at the, well, in the middle now, that seems like it's a male, and then the one in front, who I suspect is the pregnant one, that's a female. But again, you know, it's all very shallow if you look at it. Not shallow, but like, what's the word? Morgan, help me. In Afrikaans, we would say it is baie oppervlakkig, because you can't see deep enough, you can't see every intricate detail right now that's happening. We are not there to, you know, see it for ourselves, smell it for ourselves, but just by looking, you know, if I see, yes, definitely, I think that is a male. Oh yes, there we go. For those of you that did not see the genitalia, the one following is definitely a male. And as always, if you do hear people every now and again, if you see the oryx is looking at at something, those are the people. This is in fact a camp we have here at Okokoyo. I almost said Oryx. At Okokoyo. And of course there are people staying here, just like all of our other locations. It would be brilliant if it would just be exclusive to all of us. But ultimately we are all on the same planet, and we all want to appreciate and just soak in all of these beautiful animals and the surroundings around them. You see, now I lost my oryx again. I'm getting tired of this copy game now. You see, this is why I didn't want the oryxes come along, because now they've really thrown me off my game. I suspect it's the oryx that the other two youngsters are still following around. You can see the two at the back are definitely much younger, but they've got fairly large horns. That truly is the impressive thing with a lot of antelope, actually, you know, how quick they grow, how quick their horns develop and grow. Ultimately out here, you know, the lion's not going to ask you, are you 1 year old or are you 10 years old? You just have to fight and fend for yourself. What is happening? Are they trying to keep up? Are they chasing her? It's a very confusing time.
is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
I want to see if I can still see that other oryx that took off earlier on. Just bear with me. Never mind, that's a zebra. You see, and this is what I find so fascinating about research, is how much time and devotion goes into monitoring animals, observing the different behaviors. Even people in rehabilitation centers, and orphanages for animals. How much time must actually be spent on just watching that one specific animal and not taking your eyes off it at all? Hi, kudus. Woo! If you think that's impressive, you can actually see them stationary. I've seen them do it. I'm sure many of you actually monitor the Djuma Dam Cam as well. A kudu stationary can jump a fence that is 3 meters high. Now that is really it's very high. And as I say, they don't need like a warm-up or anything running towards it. They just can be stationary, standing still, and then leap into the air like that. Michelle, good morning. Lovely to hear from you as always. You are saying you agree. And welcome back. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Really means a lot. And do know that I miss all of you as well when I'm not here. I do talk about all of you a lot and the questions I get, and I say, oh well, you know, today I actually had to use my brain and think of this and this. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna see if I can figure it out again and see under which cup was the pregnant oryx. But while I do that, I don't want to bore you with that, so I'm gonna send you over to Ben, who has got something in Djuma.
We've got something very, very cool here in Djuma. We just thought we'd do a loop around the block at Treehouse Dam because not much is happening, and we've just stumbled across this massive rock monitor. He was lying just off the side of the road. He went shooting through the grass, and he's now clambering up this dead marula tree. But this is a big, chunky monitor lizard. Very, very cool. I haven't seen a rock monitor here for a long time. Tasting the air with that forked tongue. Similar to other reptiles, you can see that forked tongue is loaded with chemoreceptors that will pick up scent particles in the air, and then on the top of his mouth he's got that vomeronasal organ. And in reptiles, so snakes and lizards, there are two holes in that vomeronasal organ, and when he puts the tongue in there, one of those little forks in each of those holes, it will analyze the scent particles on there and decipher which side has more scent particles, and that will help him hone in on any particular prey it's after. You're going to stay there behind the branch now. He's going to see what his plans are. Obviously, we gave him a bit of a fright when we came around the corner, so he may have just gone up the tree. I thought perhaps he was just going to lie on the branch for some sun, but maybe he's on his way back down again. He's relaxed potentially in our presence. So we often find the water monitors around the dams, which are a lot more slender and have a little bit more yellowish coloration, more streamlined. Whoops, more streamlined for that aquatic lifestyle. This one is a lot chunkier. And often they will live in natural cavities in trees, so it'd be interesting to watch him if he does disappear into the tree. It will definitely be worth checking this tree again to see whether this is a permanent residence for him. I think we're going to have to drop back a touch because he's gone into that other fork. I just hope when we start the car we don't give him a shock. Let's just see if we can drop back for a better view. Yep. Okay, we've still got him. So these guys can get up to around about 2 meters in length. I think this one is at least a meter, but he's very, very chunky as well. Of course, they are related to the Komodo dragons, which I think are the largest lizards we have on the planet. And that tail is incredibly muscular, and it's also used in self-defense. They can whip pretty hard with those tails. Recently it has been shown that they also have some form of venom in their saliva. It was previously thought that they were not venomous, and if they bit you, likely to get an infection because they have, they don't clean their teeth. They're a little bit like a python. But some recent suggestions have said that there has been some venom found in their saliva, so you can actually be envenomated if you are bitten by a monitor lizard. I'm not 100% sure what the symptoms are, whether it's neurotoxic, I think, vaguely neurotoxic. We would end up with maybe some swollen glands and some sensitivity. I don't think it's all too serious, but that's relatively recent, just in the last few years that has been discovered. Pretty amazing that even after all we think we know about wildlife, we are still making discoveries about relatively, we thought, well-known species. White mane, yes. Well, I didn't have a slithering lizard on my board, unfortunately. I know Cedric did. But no, I was struggling for a yawning hippo and a hippoless duma at the time, and a dancing zebra. They were the two that I needed to complete a line. I haven't even seen my board for this afternoon yet, but I will making a mental note of where this monitor is, just in case we do need a slithering lizard, or a lizard slithering, I suppose, if we're sticking to the theme of the idea. Speaking of which, don't forget that we will be out again this afternoon, myself, Cedric, and whoever else will be out in the afternoon as well. We will all have our fresh Christmas-themed bingo boards, and we will continue the fight. As there was a non-result last night, none of us were able to achieve a line of 5. I think Cedric did the best in terms of number of stickers on his board, with 8, and I think we ended up with 6, possibly 7. Although I think some of Cedric's were a little bit sketchy. His yawning hyena, considered to be cackling, I think was a bit of a stretch, but it turned out to be irrelevant. So do join us for this afternoon, and for the next 11 days, for that matter, as we go head-to-head in our Christmas-themed bingo challenge. Look at those hands. They always look sort of human-like, don't they? Don't look very stable there, but don't fall out the tree. You're on camera. Ooh. Looks like he's trying to turn around to go down head first. This could be comical. Hold your breath, everybody. Oh no, he's done that before. Ooh, bits of bark falling off. Not quite as graceful as a leopard. Similar to a lion, perhaps, but I think he's... Oh. He's bracing himself. Come on. He's got no bark there. Oh no, it was... Oop! The Buzz Lightyear falling with style moment, that last little dismount, I think. He's disappeared in the grass, but I'm sure he's just dusting himself off, going, yeah, I meant to do that. It was all part of the plan. He's actually coming towards us. If we sit quietly, he might even pop out into the grass. Shame on you all for laughing, Morgan, and the rest of you in there. I don't see any movement. Oh, here he comes. He's at this side now. He might be behind that bush for you, but he is coming towards us. Oh, you've got him there. Well done, Igor. He might pop out from behind these leaves again in a minute. This is actually pretty much where he was, I think, when we came around the corner, because I just heard a big sort of commotion here and I saw something shooting through the grass. And I think obviously he felt a little bit threatened and went up into the tree for protection. And maybe he's got a nice spot picked out under this bush. Look at that tongue. as our monitor is on the move now. He's going to go behind the car shortly. Apologies for the pole there. We've just got the rain roof on because it is clouded over a little bit here and the humidity is high. Stomping his way through the undergrowth now. He may be embarrassed, Morgan, but I'd say it could have been a lot worse. I thought he was going to tumble out of the tree from the top there, but he managed to hold it together. I'm just going to reverse a little bit, everybody, just to see if we can get another look at him, because he has gone behind the car. But that was a very, very cool sighting. Not something you see every day. Let me know if you see him, Igor. I say him, so it could easily be a her. I don't think we can sex a monitor lizard. Let's just pull over here and see if we can see or hear any rustling in the grass. But again, with me moving, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd just gone stationary and just sort of ducked down. He's got plenty of cover in there now. So if you're just joining us and wonder what we are looking at, have you got him there, Igor? Oh. Let me just, I'll move a touch for you. Yes, if you're just joining us and wondering, why we are just showing you some grass, somewhere in here is a very large rock monitor, or leguan. Oh yes, there's some movement. Well done, Igor. I can hear it, but struggling to actually see where he is, hiding somewhere in that thicket of grass. I think he's either hunkered down in there because of us moving the car, or possibly he's found a shady spot. But we will see if he pops out again. While we wait for that, after that very, very cool sighting, let's send you back over to Lisa in Kikuyu.
Donkey Ben, that was really, really cool. Shame on MC for laughing. I'm going to be very honest, I almost had a giggle myself, but that was a pretty amazing sighting. Not often that you get to spend so much time with them for that amount of time. I'm still just observing all of the oryxes. I try to keep up with that other female. And as I mentioned, I myself am not too familiar with oryxes giving birth and their behavior when it does happen. But that being said, anyone can read from a book and see or say this is going to happen, this might be the case. But it is not always the case. That is why I rather like to observe and just watch the animals and learn from myself. That is ultimately why we are here. And of course, as always, just waiting for some elephants, trying to see if we have any additional baby foals from the zebras, or zebra foals. Throw an oxymoron there. But this truly is the beauty about it, and not just necessarily Escape to Nature, not just Wild Earth. I think in general, anything in life we can all learn, and yes, we can all, research things and all of that, but specifically when it does come to animals and their surroundings, it's best to just observe them and see what is going to happen and unfold.
Yeah, yeah. It's quite noticeable when you go to the desert area. Yeah. It's so quiet. Yeah. It goes to bush area. Bush area, yeah. Floodplains sound goes like 3% when it's bushy. It's kind of like
And as I say, if you yourself are familiar with oryxes and the whole process of them giving birth, if you've seen it yourself, please do share that with me. I would love to. Or even the red hartebeest, like we saw this morning with Lauren and Darby in Madikwe. Please do share that with me, because I can promise you there might be 3 of you that have seen an oryx birth in real life, and all of you are going to have different experiences and different behaviors that you got to observe. So please do share that with me, as I myself, yes, I've researched a lot about oryxes, I've read a lot about them, but until you actually see something for yourself, it is a little bit different. So do share that with me, and what was your experience like, and where did you see it?
Plated lizards. Oh my goodness, look at all the lizards. Good lord. Oh, this here. It was like a lizard, but like a snake, but with little legs. That's a lizard, isn't it? Oh, skink. Got it.
Right.
And he was which one was he?
Most likely would be western red.
3 stripes, yes, stripes, yeah. He's on the wall. Zooming him.
And it seems we've got a giraffe. Still far off in the distance, seems like 2, 3, couple of them. That hopefully will also come down to the waterhole. Surprisingly today, and again this is just from what I think, but in comparison to other days, the animals have been more around the water as opposed to being at the actual waterhole. Which again, that might be the weather that's contributing to that. There might be something else going on that we do not know about.
No, they are. You want them nearby you.
No. But when you see big ones, they're like swimming away.
Right.
What's the difference then? What's a worm that lives?
Color. Vegetation. Yeah. The Western you can find it, I usually try to find it.
What's an agama then?
Agama is something else. Rock agama is rock agama or rock monita. Rock monita, it is a lizard. Yeah. But it's just larger. It's like size of meat crocodile.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's the
brown agama. These are just colorful. Then the pink agama is endemic. Endemic, you get it only in Namibian rock agama. You get it in Damara and some parts of Namibia. But the colors, vegetation, territorial. Some of them don't stay within human movement. No. Yeah. But the agama can bite. Okay. Yeah. But not venomous.
And some of the bats you have here, they're big bats. There's a very big one, like the rat bats.
What you can get here actually is like fruit bats. The Egyptian face bat. Egyptian, yes. Egyptian face bat.
That's the biggest one.
That's the biggest one, but totally not common.
Sitting in the Far East at nightfall, you hear the screeching, you think it's birds, and you look at the whole bat. I heard this little bird. Yeah, two little birds up here.
Alrighty, well, while we wait for the other animals to come to this beautiful waterhole, let us see what is happening in Mashatu and if any of the other animals over there are showing up for us. We have got an impala ram as well as the beautiful quillias. You can see just flocking this tree. As always, they are just such a treat to listen to. And again, these are the red-billed quillias. And it really is so amazing how they do what they do. And again, it's different in Okokoyo, to myself at least, from, observing them, monitoring them. They flock differently as they do here in Mashatu. I don't know if it's because of the weather. I don't know if it's because of the actual waterhole, or what it is, or it might of course be because of the biome or the habitat they find themselves in. Here in Mashatu there are a lot of trees that they can just quickly retreat to, as opposed to Okokoyo. You'll see them, it'll be one big flock and then they sort of break off into smaller groups and go to different trees. So that might also just be a defense mechanism, because as powerful as they can be in their huge flock, of course birds of prey do go for them, believe it or not. I actually did a blog once on, I think it was 2 lanner falcons in the Kalahari. And they both actually went for the same quillia. Don't ask me how they go for the same quillia when you've got like hundreds of thousands in one flock. But they ended up going for the same one. And in the process of like diving down for it, they actually dove into one another. And they got to fighting and everything. And eventually the quillia was obviously man down. He couldn't fly away or anything. And both of them just left it. Like, what a waste. They were both just so upset afterwards. But stunning, stunning photographs that the photographer actually was able to capture. You can see the quillias beautifully. You can see the one quillia, the 2 falcons. It was absolutely amazing. And again, you know, that just goes to show. Sometimes you can go on safari for the very first time and experience a rare sighting like that. Or lions killing something, or a birth, or whatever the case is. And other times you could have been to the bush for 40 years of your life and still be experiencing something for the very first time.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
But as amazing as this is, to this day, my favorite sighting will remain the one we also had here at Mashatu, where there was a naughty elephant bull that just literally went straight over to the one acacia where the quillias were flocking in, and he literally just picked up some water and he splurted them all out, and I promise you it looked like that tree exploded with fireworks. Probably a good 1,000 quillias just fleeing from that tree all at once, and they flew straight towards the camera. That was pretty spectacular that day. But let us take a look-see around and see what is happening here at the beautiful Mashatu. You see, like that. Pretty much like that, but all of them at once came towards the camera. Which I actually wish we could get a photograph of that day. That would have been pretty amazing. And again, if you see something, if you have any questions or comments or anything, you're more than welcome to send those through to us. If there's something you would like to teach me or ask me about, I can promise you I'm not always going to know everything, but that is why we are here to learn. I myself was experiencing some oryxes for the very first time, potentially going into the birthing process. And again, you can read a lot, you can research a lot, everything is freely available. But I think, it's easy to read something and to repeat it like a bird. But until you experience something for the very first time, that is when you are really going to learn. Because what you may have read, whether it's online or in a book or anywhere, might be completely different to what you are experiencing for the very first time in that moment. Just want to have a look and see. I also have not seen our spur-winged geese today, which is very rude. I did ask them to come say hello at least. Of course, our beautiful Egyptian geese family with a youngster, which only, believe it or not, I think a month or two ago, it was still a tiny chick, and it's already grown up so much. But animals really do have to be resilient. And of course, Mother Nature has designed them in such a beautiful way so that they can grow fast, so that they can evade predators, etc., etc. Alrighty, I'm going to continue looking for some animals and see what else comes around to the different water holes. And while I do so, I'm going to send you to Liam in Kariga, who wants to say hello.
And a very good morning to you all folks, and welcome to Kariga, where you're coming to, well, I'm coming to you live. My name is Liam, and I'm sitting here, sorry about that, with a pair of young Inyala bulls who seem to be grazing, which is a little bit different from the status quo for Inyala. Oh, a little bit of sparring there. Wants a little bit of juicier grass. So, yeah, Inyalas are, of course, predominantly browsers, and so they'll spend most of their time in the thickets that surround these savannas. And from time to time they do wander through the open areas and cross from one side to the other, and along the way maybe nibble on a bit of grass or even the occasional little bush that does exist in the plains. It's such an amazing distinction between a male and a female Inyala, and it's quite a journey of change for this Inyala male. You can see it looks like a female in the background there in the distance. No, forgive me, it's an impala. And so this male Inyala, he starts off very much looking like a female, with the orange coat and with stripes, and of course with, like all antelope or pekora, or grouping of ruminants, starts without horns, and so slowly but surely that coat shifts from a reddish colour gradually to a nice dark coated male. So these youngsters would be still developing their coat. So folks, of course I can sit here and rabble on about Inyalas all day, but I'd love to hear from you if you have any questions or comments about these Inyalas or any other creatures that we have here in Kariga that might be relevant to you. So feel free to send through your questions and comments. I am more than happy to attempt to answer them. From time to time, it is interesting, you do occasionally get female traits on a male Inyala. That's where you get the coat doesn't develop into the dark coat, it stays orangey colour as the female. Quite confusing at times. Very rare to see. certainly see it's another warm day here in Kariega. Clear skies, the occasional passing cloud, but otherwise sunny and clear with very, very little wind. So it's set to be quite a warm day indeed. Hopefully that will bring the animals closer to the waterhole. We should be destined for quite some activity here at Scotia. It is said that Inyalas display some of the highest, or the most, let's say, distinguished differences between a male and female antelope on the African continent, at least, and that is due to a number of things. Of course, their coat changes to a completely dark coloured coat. They acquire a lovely set of horns eventually, and grow to be significantly larger than a female. So the change over a lifespan is quite dramatic for a male Inyala. Now you can see the female joining the party, and here you can see distinctly the differences. Of course, this male's a little bit closer to us, so he appears to be larger. He certainly is larger. He appears to be a lot larger. And you can see now the coat entirely different. He's got beautiful big mane, which he gets excited with. As you can see, it is excited now. It's mostly because he's approaching those other young males, and it is a ritual that males perform when approaching each other that initiates a sort of sizing of each other up. Yeah, like I said, that female with horns, or it could be a male, it's quite a peculiar sight to see a female Inyala with horns or a male Inyala with an orange coat. But if you were in the central parts of Africa, either in the high forests of the Abedares in Kenya, or in the Congo, the jungles of the Congo, it wouldn't be unusual to see a female Inyala with horns, because that would not be an Inyala, it would be a bongo, which is a truly incredible creature to see. This female seems to have a lovely set of dense stripes. Ah, Sandy, thank you so kindly. That's a nice question to ask. What is my favorite antelope? Shoo-wee. Okay, so it's not exactly an antelope in such that it's related to the antelopes. If you had to broadly divide most of your antelopes, deers, And ungulates, even-toed ungulates, you would find two broad distinctions of them. One is a pecora, pecora is known as pecora, and that includes antelope, deers, musk deer, and I'm forgetting one or two. And then there are the tragulids. If you go and have a look that up, tragulids are a group of primitive ruminants. I'm trying to find my words here. Primitive ruminants that exist in Africa and Asia, and are more commonly known as a chevrotain. That I would call that my favorite antelope. It is the most peculiar little creature. It I encourage you to go and have a look at it. It is most bizarre. It lives in Africa, in certain deep in the jungles of Central Africa, where it feeds on a variety of fruits and leaves, and sometimes even insects, and quite different to the usual antelope. They also have this peculiar habit of jumping into deep rivers or water bodies to avoid predators, much like a hippo. And so, to come across a chevrotain is also such a joy. So that would be my favorite, the chevrotain. They also are one of the, or if not, a group of ungulates that form the smallest. Well, it is host to the smallest ungulate in the world. But like I said, you can have a look that up and see and tell me what you think. It kind of looked like a miniature Inyala, really. A stocky, but they got the stripes. They got some spots. Kind of like a really hefty Dacre, if I had to compare it to anything. But, as I said, they are primitive ruminants, so they're kind of like a ruminant, except apparently the third chamber of their stomach doesn't quite function like a ruminant. It's less developed. So, I hope that answers your question, Sandy. Quite nice to see how these Nyalas are allogrooming. Again, we had a lovely sighting of a young zebra and mother at Scotia yesterday. Now we have mother, it seems like in a mother Nyala and her youngster doing a bit of allogrooming, which is really, really quite touching. Not only does it help each other to be rid of ticks, but the sense of being groomed, the feeling of being groomed. I touched on it yesterday with the zebra. Is a good feeling. It's like kind of like having a little bit of massage. So not only does it keep you nice and clean and rid of parasites, ectoparasites, and the diseases that they might hold, but it also gives you a little bit of a feel-good kick, thus reaffirming the wonderful bond that is between a mother and its youngster. Hey, and also getting into those hard to reach spots. Yeah, Lenny, that's an interesting question. Is the Inyala the most popular antelope species here in Kariega? So, popular. I don't know if you mean the most common. If you mean the most common, then impala probably would be. Impala or Blesbok would be more commonly seen, and certainly their numbers would outnumber Inyala. We'd have to go into the antelope rankings to see who thinks the Inyala is the most popular. If I could have a conversation with them and figure that out, I'd love to know who's Mr. Popular around here. I suppose Impala and Blesbok would be the more common, and I don't know if that means more popular, but they're in good numbers, yeah. Depends on whose vote, I suppose you ask for. Let's move over to another stripy antelope. Who can tell me what this popular antelope is? So whilst I wait for some answers to who might this popular antelope is or could be, let's go and have a look and see what's happening with Andrew in Amakhala.
So we are watching two beautiful eland bulls over here, and we've actually ventured quite far out. We were actually in search of some elephants, and I do think they're in the riverline at the moment because it is quite hot, and there was no sighting of them this morning, so we're just trying to scout and see where they could be. But we did come across a nice sighting of these two boys. Beautiful, look at that. Look at the stature of this one's neck. Isn't that just incredible? That is ginormous. So of course, this being a dominant bull, it's going to go a little bit darker in coloration. The neck muscles become very well produced or formed, and then also if you have a look at the bristles on the forehead, that is most typical with dominant bulls, and you find that they do leak testosterone through their body, and one of the places is in through the front of their head. Now, to have bristles on the front of the head does help them to push out the smell even more, and that can be good communication to other bulls that might be in the area, but also for breeding groups of females, and they know that there is a dominant bull in the area. And a nice sighting of a red-billed oxpecker just wandering around his body and neck, going inside the ear. And there's the other individual over there. So you can see the neck is much less produced and pronounced. Heading towards a dominant state, but not quite there yet. But isn't he looking just beautiful? The condition is really great. Tasman, thanks for your question. So Tasman, you'll find that with most dominant animals, you'll find that the certain parts of their body might go darker, and I'll give you some examples. So if you look at a very dominant male lion, you find the mane starts to go quite dark, and it's a visual aid for any other of the dominant individuals or for females. Eland as well, they tend to go darker with coloration. The higher the testosterone, the higher the dominance, and that sort of makes the coat go dark, and that's a good indicator, a visual indicator for breeding groups, because of course breeding herds of eland are going to want to reproduce with dominant bulls. You also look at giraffe sometimes. With the dominant bulls, they tend to go much darker with a higher level of dominance. Beautiful, isn't it, eh? So to guess this one's current weight, I would guess somewhere in the 750 kilo mark. It'll be kilograms. But there have been recordings of very heavy eland bulls getting up to a ton, just under a ton. And still an antelope, can you believe it? Makes him the largest antelope in Africa. And just enjoying this open environment over here. And it's nice and warm for them. And it's nice and open as well, which if you're an antelope and you're potential prey, you want to be in areas where you can have an advantage. So with eland, often in the open environments where they hang around, and they can run very quickly away from danger.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making you laugh. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
Okay, so we are going to have a safari truck who's on, sounds like day safari at the moment. That's going to pass from behind, but no problem. We'll just keep watching these eland over here. Very majestic looking animals. What I find very, very interesting about the eland is when these large males actually start moving around, that you start to hear this clipping sound, and it almost sounds like hitting two spoons together, just lightly, this clip sound. And next time you're making tea, just take 2 spoons, hit them together just lightly, and listen to that clipping sound. And that's a very similar sound to what eland make when they're walking through the bush, especially large individuals like this. And from what I've read, the reason why their hooves click is often because of the size of the animal, and they are a split-hoofed ungulate. Just because of the sheer size, when they put their hoof on the ground and the weight on top of it, the hooves sometimes splay open. And the animal lifts its foot and takes another step, and it clips closed. Now the younger bulls, when they hear this clipping sound, they sort of become nervous. They understand that there is a much larger bull that's approaching the area because they can hear the clipping sound. And they know it's a very heavy individual. So almost like an audio indicator to any lesser dominant bulls. Or also for an audio for potential females that might be in an area, that they can hear that there's a very heavy male, which in a sense means very strong, healthy, and good genetics. Just incredible looking animals. Lenny, morning. Topi on Amakhala? No, negative. Unfortunately not. As far as I'm aware, Topi are more native to sort of the East African areas. No, so no Topi out here. I've never seen a Topi in my life before. I'd love to see one. And I remember when I was on the dam cameras, and Isaac and it was Peter. Let me just think. BK, who are those naturalists out? David, that's it. David and Isaac were doing the migration and featuring that. And they often used to show Topi. It looks very similar to, almost like a sesame antelope. Now on Amakhala, it's not difficult to see elands. If you get into the right habitats where they are normally found, you'll eventually come across them. But sometimes eland, even though they are so large, they are very secretive and nervous antelope. And they hear a vehicle coming and they're often trotting off, and off they go. And that's one thing I've learned about eland, is once they start going, you just let them go. There's very little chance that you'll be able to make a reapproach. There's a little bit of a sparring contact. And laying down. You'll notice they'll try and pick different positions in laying down. This is quite normal with most animals across the board. Have all angles covered when resting. You open your eyes and then hopefully one of the individuals at least, if not more, will see any danger coming their way. I'm not sure if you can hear the insects that are around us. It's cicada beetles. You can also hear a nediki, a red-faced mouse bird, and a yellow-breasted apellis. It's a bit far off, but just for any of the bird watchers out there, if you want to sort of keep track of what birds can be heard and seen out here, I'll just call them out as we go. And I haven't heard the yellow-breasted apellis in a few days, so it's nice to hear that call again. Can hear an olive woodpecker just made a brief audio, quite far as well. And the southern boo-boo. Definitely a beautiful day to watch some of the eland on Amakhala. It is getting so warm right now. And then driving down towards this eastern part this morning, sort of taking notes of what we're seeing as we're going along, because I know we're going to be playing the rest of the bingo this afternoon, and there are some tricky things to find on on that board. So it's always a good idea just to have a little bit of information on where some of the things could potentially be before heading out. I always find it impressive how elands just carry on feeding even though it's so warm, so hot. But they do cool down quite efficiently through that dewlap on their chest. Oh, look at that one scratching its back with its horns. Very convenient. But as the wind blows, and also when the animal's walking or running, you find that the dewlap will bounce around, causing the air to sort of just cool down some of the blood vessels situated on that surface of that flap. So when this animal sort of walks around, cools down the blood vessels and therefore cools down the brain. Good way of cooling down, and that's one of the main reasons why they just sometimes continue even though it's when it's hot, because naturally they do occur in quite harsh environments in terms of heat and also dryness. Talking about hot, I believe something is happening at Ukukuyo. So let's head off to Lisa.
Gwen was just saying that's probably the biggest earlunch she's seen, and I have to agree with her. But we have some giraffes at the waterhole, just getting a good sip of water and then carrying on with their day, as it is also fairly hot in Ukukuyo today. A lot of the animals have already, we just had a massive herd or a dazzle of zebra. I think at least probably a good 50, but they have also moved off. And now we are just watching the last bit of the giraffes drinking water. Oh, the youngsters are so cute. They've got these, it's going to sound rather silly, but they've got very, very big eyes, a baby giraffe, you know, in comparison to an adult, and having grown fully into their actual neck and face and body and everything. And they always have these beautiful, innocent faces. I don't know, it's difficult to explain. For me, that's how I've always just experienced them. If you, and of course, this is not a baby giraffe. But if you compare its face to that of the adults, it's definitely got a much different look to them, and much longer eyelashes as well. Also something they have to grow into slowly but surely with time. Gonna defecate. There we go. The little pellets. Of course, giraffes, as we know, are ruminants, even though it's such a very, very large animal. They can regurgitate their food. They've got a 4-chambered stomach, which of course makes their digestive system very, very successful. Not like their other large friends like the elephants, the rhinos. Unfortunately, they don't have that ability. Want to see if we can see anything approaching the water, but I suspect they are most probably just looking at some lesser spotted Homo sapiens, or perhaps even the kudu. However, I doubt it. I mean, they know kudus, they are quite familiar with their movements, but you never know. I've had some giraffe sightings here in Ukukuyo where they see a kori bastard and they completely do not know what they are looking at. So it might just be that they are looking at the kudus. But I can guarantee you, if there was in fact a predator around, this one giraffe would not still be in the drinking stance. If there was really something like a lion or anything, you know, that is definitely a threat, that other giraffe would also have gotten up and stopped whatever it was doing. Being in that weird position makes them very, very vulnerable. Oh, it's awesome to to see those giraffes in the background there, just walking along the tree line. It's always very deceiving because it seems very, very far away, but I mean, you saw those giraffes were pretty much 5 minutes ago, they were still at the water hole. So it's often very deceiving when you look at that tree line. I think it's super far away. Vivian, good afternoon, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You are saying these scenes are so peaceful. I know, and I completely agree with you. It really is just, I don't know if you would agree with me, but whenever I monitor whether it's Mashatu or Kokoyo, Juma, whether it's an elephant I'm looking at or a guinea fowl or lapwing or whatever, I really realize how irrelevant and insignificant all of us are. You know, it does not matter if you are a lawyer, a naturalist, whatever you are doing in life. When we look at these sort of things, you know, like we saw this morning with a baby animal, and when you see something as huge as a giraffe going down for a drink, and whether it's just a springbok getting a drink, it really is, I don't know, for me it's a very humbling experience that there are truly so many irrelevant things that we are focusing on in life, and none of it is going to matter one of these days. Woo! Run, giraffe. What are you running from though? Oh, but this truly is the best therapy, and it's free. I mean, how awesome is that? Of course, you know, these animals don't even realize that they are doing and providing us a service, but we really are so privileged being able to monitor these animals and observe them and learn from them every day. As I say, you know, there's still a lot of animals that I too am getting to know, not just in general, but specifically, for instance, at Ukokoyo. There's a lot of different herds and prides and everything that I am still learning the dynamics of. And that truly is the beauty about everything. You are never too clever or too old or too experienced or too knowledgeable to learn anything. What is everyone running from? Morgan is saying it better be lions. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Just bear with me, we might get some pixelation. I just want to have a look. No. It is merely bushes. Everyone is definitely vigilant, but not enough for me to say, you know, there's definitely something right around the corner. But that being said, you never know. They might have picked up on a smell or something that they do not trust, or they might have heard other animals in the bush, you know, making alarm calls potentially. Or, of course, the wind might have just picked up. And they might just be unsure of where everything else is exactly coming from now. I just want to observe them for a little bit. Of course, here in Okakoyo we do have leopards, we do have lions. I'm yet to show you a leopard on this beautiful damn camera. But most of those predators, just like anywhere else really, you know, they are crepuscular, they move around more dusk and dawn and during the evening when it is cooler, when all of the other animals can't see all that well. And I think specifically here in Okakoyo, again, you know, we can read anything from books, you can read anything online and research until you're purple. It's always going to be different somewhere. So the lions here in Namibia might act differently to the lions in Botswana or in Sabi Sands or, you know, even in the Waterbergs. Just like humans, you can be from the exact same two people, have the exact same parents, and you can be completely different due to your circumstances. But for the most part, because it's so hot here in Okakoyo, we don't really see predators during the day. And even the black rhinos, you know, if we do see them, it's generally later in the afternoon. I would like to think that those are elephants trumpeting, but I do not think so. I think it's someone at the actual camp that is busy with something. I cannot tell you what. But yes, I do not think it is elephants trumpeting.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
You know, there are a lot of elephants in and around this area. And we actually have not seen all that many dung beetles and small insects around. But that being said, as I say, you know, it's easy to say that, and then in the same breath we are just merely overlooking them. But of course it is a different habitat, different biomes, which means different outcomes of creatures that occur here. And just look at that camouflage on the springboks. Amongst all of the white and the black and the brown, they camouflage so brilliantly. If they are not moving, you do not see them. And it really is the same for other things as well, you know. If there is a rhino coming from the tree line, or even elephants, You don't really see them until they are much closer to the water hole, which definitely tells us that that aids the animals as well when it comes to camouflage. Definitely is a brilliant defense mechanism for them. As we know, animals just see in shade, shapes, sizes. So that makes them blend even better, you know, to other predators, to other animals. Just quickly wanna take a look-see and see if that eagle from this morning is perhaps back. However, I highly doubt it. And you can actually see the heat glare here in Okokoyo. It's definitely a hot and humid day. However, I think the cloud cover is definitely helping the animals. No big birds, just like everything else. You know, the elephants in Mashatu this morning, everything came to say hello, and then as soon as we went live, they disappeared, as they usually do. Alrighty, well, I see we have some of my favorite animals in Mashatu, so let's head on over there and see what's happening. And now you're probably wondering, Lisa, I thought elephants were your favorite. Yes, they are. I'm just being very sarcastic. However, that being said, I have to say I've got a softer spot for baboons after having that special sighting the other day in Mashatu, where they had a whole greeting ritual for female and her very, very brand new baby. I'm wondering if it's not this tiny one. No, not that one. There's another small one attached to this female that is closest to us right now. It might be her. But no, I have to say, after that whole, you know, ritual and everything, I really did get more respect for them and enjoy watching them a little bit more now. But that being said, I don't think they'll ever be on my top 5 favorite animals. Harry, you are saying we are seeing so many babies. I know, that is what I love about summer. It really does, you know, it really does provide a lot of dynamics and a lot of course, you know, new animals and everything. But within that, like we see with these baboons, for instance, now baboons in general are I wouldn't say fun, but very interesting to observe. But specifically when they've got new babies, you can see them playing with one another. And as I said last week, we had the best sighting, which by far was my favorite baboon sighting of all time. Literally a female with a brand new baby, and all of the members individually, one for one, sort of came and, you know, inspected this baby and saw it. And then, of course, a big male came along and she didn't feel comfortable and she took off. But I think, you know, it might even be this female that is seated in this tree right now. Not with that tiny one. But, it's still not a pretty animal. I love them. I know all of them are super important. How does that branch even hold that male? He's really hefty. I'm surprised it didn't break. And you know, the last time we also had a baboon sighting, the one that I'm specifically referring to now. It's fascinating how, you know, similar they can be to humans, specifically the little ones, how playful they can be. Yes, we do see it with animals like impala, for instance, as well. But of course, with baboons, you know, there's so many similarities that it's actually quite scary if you think about it. But that is what I love about summertime, Harry. Everything is just spectacular. You know, the trees, the water, because everything is so green and lush. There's insects, there's flowers. And then if that's not enough, there's a lot of baby animals. So it really is. That was always my most difficult question, you know, if a guest asked me, what's your favorite time of the year? Because winter is easier to spot something like a cat or leopards, lions, even wild cats. But that being said, you know, in the winter you can also have some difficulty, even though the bush is more barren and open. You know, your lions, your leopards, they really camouflage so much better with the dead grass. Your elephants, rhinos, they blend in very well with the dead trees. So it really is it's a tricky question. And of course, a lot of people aren't fond of the heat, specifically in Greater Kruger, where I guided for quite some time. It became a bit much for people. So in winter time specifically, we had a lot of guests in the winter time that were local from South Africa, because they know they'll rather handle that sort of cold, which is not even that cold, as opposed to settling for 40, 45 degrees on safari. And still no baby impalas. It's very interesting to me. Because this again disproves what books and what online searches and all of that tells you. Because a lot of people believe that, no, but as soon as the first rains have come and, it's properly rained in an area, then all of the animals will give birth. This is case in point. Because Mashatu, of all 3 our dam cams, has had the most rain, has transformed the quickest, has become the most lush, and yet we have not seen one baby impala. So what are they waiting for then? And that just goes to show that everything you read online, everything you research, everything you hear from, other people is not always the truth. It's going to depend on the area, it's going to depend on the region, it's going to depend on that specific reserve or national park or whatever the animals find themselves in. Every single place is going to be different. So even if you've got the world's knowledge about oryxes or about impalas or elephants, if you go to a different reserve or different area, you are going to observe something different. I was just about to say I have not seen a terrapin yet today, but I think this is one in the water. I'm not too sure. We'll have a look-see. Never mind, it is grass. I thought it's a terrapin sticking its head out. Just a slight bit. And again, that is why you have to make sure, whatever you are watching, whether you are calling an animal or calling a bird, it is definitely that, or this is definitely what's going on. Is it really? And I've also been monitoring this side splash pool, as I like to refer to it. We did have a warthog this morning that was busy mud bathing. I initially actually thought it might be a hyena. I got super excited, and then upon, of course, investigating, it turned out to be a warthog. That is why it's always better to make sure what you are looking at. But I will continue to look at all of these beautiful waterholes, and of course I will give you a shout if I see anything. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to send you back to Lauren and Davy in Madikwe.
We have arrived at Clough Dam. Clough means elephant. But there are no elephants, I'm afraid. So what I'm hoping we can do here is just do a very quick segment, and then my director will come back to us when you guys are all ready. I want you guys to go and get a blindfold. Now, that might sound strange. So if you don't have a blindfold, that's fine. It can be a kitchen towel. It can be the sleeping... what do you call them? Sleeping mask that people sleep with on flights. It can literally be a t-shirt that you wrap around your head. So I'm going to give you guys time to go get one. Davi's got his ready. And we're going to do a bit of an experiment. This is something that I experienced in Marataba for Safari Guide of the Year, not last year, but the year before. And it was one of the best experiences I have had. So it dives deep into the sensory world and gets you guys to tap into your senses. So go now, get a blindfold of some sort, and then hopefully when you return back to me, I am going to take you on a bit of a different experience, escape into nature. Humans are very visual animals, and we are so visual, our vision is so good, it's so accurate that okay, we're not tetrachromatic, but we are tri. And of course, there are some people whose senses don't work as good, and some people that are not seeing. I understand that. But generally, because we rely so heavily on vision, we forget that there are other senses. And once you start to block some senses, you'd be surprised at how your brain can really tune into those senses that we don't think about. So I'll just wait for you to sort of get your blindfolds. I'm hoping that maybe some of our FC team can also blindfold themselves, because I think that would be rather entertaining. Maybe not the director, because that could be a bit, well, risky, shall we say. But we're not going to do it right now. I'm going to give you time, and then when you do come back to us, we're going to start the experiment. So go, 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 everyone. Go grab it. While we get ready, we are going to send you guys back over to Lisa and Okokoyo.
Lauren, I too am now contemplating if I should also get a blindfold, because I really want to go on this journey too. But I'm too scared I miss something on one of the damn cameras. But again, beautiful dazzle of zebra that has come to the water, and I don't see any foals. However, that being said, you know, they really do blend in very well with the adults. Just want to take another look-see, because I have not seen my BFF in quite some time, and I don't know if Alex has seen him recently. I don't think so. Because what I do when I come back from my off days, you know, whether it was a couple of off days or quite some time, I too watch the highlights on the Wild Earth app just to catch up with everything, make sure I didn't miss anything. But Alex did also not mention anything about my BFF. For you wondering what it is, it's just a baby zebra, but I call him the black fluffy foal, because he's got the most unique markings. He's very, very dark. He's literally got an overdose of melanin. But not yet. Hopefully later today you will come say hello. Apparently Nadine, one of our directors, also wants to see it. I'm scanning, Nadine. I'm scanning. I promise I'm looking. And you would think, because it's such a unique zebra, you would spot him very easily, but he's actually very brilliantly camouflaged when he's amongst the adults. So, but I'll definitely keep a lookout for that tiny one. And luckily he's still very young, so that also does make him fairly easy to tell apart. But as I say, apart from all of that, you can just immediately see him when you do see him. He's very, very fluffy and he's very, very dark in coloration, and hopefully his colors will stay that way. But I promise I will keep looking. I have not yet seen him today. And also no elephant activity yet today on and off camera. Hopefully they will still come around. Generally by this time of the day, we would have seen those 2 single bulls or that 1 single bull. But that is why I say we should never predict animals' movements. Yes, definitely, use your experience and your knowledge and everything, but there are so many options when it comes to animals. And of course, we don't know what happens out there. Were they injured? Did they find another water hole or puddle that is sufficient enough for them? Well, I'm going to continue scanning for my BFF, and while I do so, I'm going to send you to Liam, who's in Kariga.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Scotia Waterhole, where there's not as much life as I thought there would be during the heat of the day. In fact, most of the animals are out in the plains, where they're either grazing or taking a refuge from the flies, it seems, with the Blesbok. There's a nice herd of kudu here, slowly moving through the plain, as well as a couple of Blesbok which are going to brave the blowflies at the waterhole. There seems to be a gathering of flies near the waterhole that seem to ambush the Blesbok, poor things, at the waterhole. There's some sneaky little zebras hiding in amongst the stripy kudus, and almost blending in together there. Also turning to a bit of greys, it seems. So I'm just going to pan over to these Blesbok and see if you can see there. Some of them are down grazing, but others just simply have their heads down. No. So I heard this question for Amakala. We also in Kariega do not have any topi, also known as tsesabi in some parts, and no, they do not occur here, although you can get them in more tropical grasslands further north. So although the blesbok is a relative to a topi or a tsesabi, it is the more southern representative of this tribe or grouping of antelope. So if you go further up into maybe starting with the likes of, the highlands of Zimbabwe, Zambia, and further northward, you would find more tropical floodplain grasslands that exist, and that's where you'll find at least naturally occurring their normal distribution. Of course, there's so many instances of antelope finding new homes in the 21st century, largely to the great assistance of humankind. But yes, further north is where you would find topi or tsesabi. With blesbok down here in mostly south, it's a near endemic.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning. So these few blesbok here have or are making their approach to the waterhole. Oops.
almost as if they're doing it cautiously because of the flies. There's certainly no predators here to be worried about. I do wonder if it's maybe the wind. So somebody else is running in the background and they wonder, why are you running? There he goes, the blesbok in the back, and they've decided because the other blesbok is running, we are not happy with approaching this waterhole. Very clever. Very, very clever bit of observation there on the blesbok's behalf. Yeah, that was nice. That was a very clever little bit of getting a bit of intel and going with their gut on why is that other antelope running away. Let's not go towards the waterhole. So what's going on here, Mr. Heron? You seem to be. Oh, sorry, I've overshot that. This is interesting. This heron is awfully close to our little grebe's nest, which is a bit disconcerting. Something like a heron would quite happily take the chick on the nest if there were a chick on the nest. So there's a little bit of drama going on here. Those little grebes won't be very happy with this black-headed heron making approach to its nest. Their nest, sorry. Let's just watch closely and see what happens here. Now, I don't believe that there are chicks on the nest because they've only just completed the building of the nest in the last few days. So if anything, there might be eggs, but I don't know if a heron would take eggs. There's quite a variety of different prey items that a heron would take. Of course, being a black-headed heron, which means that they would be found more often in open grassy areas as opposed to where you can see this one being in the water. It's rather the grey heron that is more often found in water. So a black-headed heron would take anything from little frogs, moles that might be in a mound or out and about, insects, snakes even. I've even seen them take mice and sometimes even little birds. So a little grebe chick would not be too foreign for a black-headed heron. You can see the tension in those two parents. They're holding the distance, but they're also not leaving, and they're holding their ground. They're really quite worried about that heron being where it is. one wonders if they shouldn't call the Egyptian geese for backup. I mean, these little grebes wouldn't be particularly good at aerial combat. Oh. Oops. Hey. What's going on here? So there you are. It looks like the little grebes managed to get some backup. So, sorry Veronica, yes, they certainly bring a smile and bring a lot of emotion to the scene here today at Scotia. That was quite a dramatic affair. Shoo-wee. So it looks like our grebes are quite happy that the heron is gone, and that's largely thanks to the geese who just so happened to fly at the heron. I really I'd like to believe that the grebes whispered into the geese's ear to say, come on chap, help us out here, we don't know what to do with this great big heron. Wow, that was quite an event. So you can see yeah, that was indeed, it was such a lovely little segment. I honestly didn't expect those geese to actually come in, and it did appear though, however, that the heron was merely using their nest as a bit of a vantage point. It looked like it had gone and tried to catch a little fish or a frog of the sort. So no harm done, but lots of lovely drama. Sure, that was quite some fun. It looks like those little grebes will be just refashioning their nest. The heron is repositioned thanks to the geese, and our yellow-billed duck is back. Very, very nice. Smiles all around here. Let's have a look at some baby ducklings. So folks, just a reminder, of course this is a live and interactive safari, so I do encourage your questions and comments as we sit here and have a ball of a time at Scotia Waterhole. Also note that there are safaris taking place as we speak, so peeps are out and about having a look and enjoying this little bit of nature. It could very well be you someday, if you so decide. But for now, please, yeah, share some questions and comments. It's always good to know that these moments bring smiles to various parts of the world, and also good to know that the smiles are shared from here to there, wherever there may be. Oh, it looks like Mum has taken up the defensive posture, and all the ducklings have gathered around her very closely. Interesting how that behavior, just that subtle change in behavior, the ducklings know, okay, when Mum does this, let's stick close. So I can imagine this mother duck did well to conceal her nest for quite some time, because I certainly didn't know there was a nest. Some lovely folks on safari passing by, enjoying a little bit of viewing here by Scotia Waterhole. And so yes, only noticed the little ones once she had, obviously they were hatched and they came onto the water. So she was obviously done a very good job at hiding her nest somewhere here in plain sight, because there's very little to hide a nest away here at the edge of Scotia Waterhole. There's a lot of a good healthy amount of antelope, and so they often will graze the sections on the edge of the waterhole quite significantly, and leave it quite exposed. So she was quite Houdini about her youngsters, her nest. Just listening out, I can hear our longclaw. Just mind the wind for a moment, folks. Never mind. That longclaw's got a subtle little whistle that it gives when it passes by. So you can see how the little dabbling ducks here are just skimming the surface, and this is normal. They are quite simply picking up the floating vegetation that they're feeding on it. They'll also take in bits of algae, which provides a similar nutrient package to many aquatic plants. And then once they get a bit older, they will begin to practice what is known as upending. That's a fancy behavior for seeing or how a duck would send its head down underwater with its feet well in the air, and it would require quite a significant amount of balance to achieve. So they use that to reach down deeper into sections that are not as easily accessed from the surface. So, stretching out their necks deep into the water, they'll be able to get some of the vegetation that's further down there. Pan out here. We've got some sacred ibises making their rounds here. Slightly different diet and approach. Oh, I've also got a hardy-dar. Two different ibises together. peacefully feeding alongside each other, no problemo. Well, the name Sacred Ibis. It's quite a noble name for such an attractive creature, I find. It's personally. Anyways, whilst we watch these disappearing sacred ibis, let's go and have a look at what is going on in Amakhala with Andrew.
Thanks a lot, Liam. I hope you had a good sighting of those sacred ibis there. I remember seeing them also when I was at Kariega for that time. But yeah, we have lined up such a nice view, and we actually haven't done a landscape in quite some time. So I thought today, being nice and warm and clear with some nice beautiful clouds, I think it's the perfect day to do that. And always a good idea just to have the binoculars out or just some keen eyes and just keep looking in the open areas, because yeah, the male lion is said to be hiding in the river line, not too far from that view that you're looking at now. Elephants, of course, they are well hidden in one of the drainage lines. We try to poke our heads in there, but unfortunately we never had any sightings there. We're going to need to definitely wait for conditions to cool down a bit. I'm not sure exactly what the temperature is now, but it's a pretty decent one. Look at the clouds. Isn't that just spectacular? It's really pretty. It is so beautiful that it almost looks fake in a way. But I can guarantee you this is all 100% real. So this is pretty much most of the game reserve that you are looking at on this side here. And this is just a portion of it. I'll just try and comprehend the vastness of this game reserve. Do apologize, there is an aerial in the way there. We did do a vehicle swap over. Our radio seemed to have stopped working during the rains the other day. And so we just swapped vehicles to make sure that we do have a radio. Ingrid, good afternoon. Then why not? Why not plan a trip out here? It's definitely worth coming out here. And I know that some people that do, venture into safaris in Africa and come and visit the lodges and so on. If you are planning a trip out here to the Eastern Cape, to Amakhala Game Reserve, you won't be disappointed. I've spent years out here, about almost 4.5 years. And that's not for no reason. It's really a nice reserve. It's beautiful. It's got a lot of different species of animals. It's diverse as well. Scenic is also very beautiful. Although the Bushman's River is dry at the moment, that is also a very special area. And lots of history as well. Now the guides that work for the lodges out here are very qualified guides. They take their jobs extremely seriously. And they're all passionate about creating an unforgettable experience for their guests that arrive here. There's also a few different activities that you can partake out here. It's not only game drives. You can also do bushwalks out here. The lodges offer astronomy and stargazing. Can also do bird drives where you focus solely on bird identification. So of course we are very close to Christmas time. It's just actually around the corner, and we are definitely celebrating with some festive games. So we have our Christmas themed animal bingo boards, which will be filled with different sorts of things, very difficult by the way, which adds a challenge of course, like turtle doves, leaping leopards, prancing zebras, and even a fish eagle in a dead tree. So we have to be specific. If we have a block that says fish eagle in a dead tree, we literally have to find a fish eagle in a dead tree. And I think that's one of the reasons why some of the naturalists were battling along yesterday. No winner was crowned yesterday.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
Beautiful view. We're just going to pan along here. We're going to just change sort of the angle and just see if we can't spot anything else out there. Alright, while we try and spot something else, we're going to send you over to Lauren out in Madikwe and see what they're busy with that side.
Well, we are still sitting at Clow Dam and really not much is happening. But I asked you all to get blindfolds. I hope you did it. And I'm just going to prove to you that us on the vehicle are also going to do it. So Davi is going to show. I'm not going to do it, but everyone else must. So Davi, you go first. It's very dark, but he is putting a blindfold on.
How do I look?
It looks beautiful, Davi. So attractive. Okay, so Davi's going to set up a nice frame. There we go. And he's not going to touch the camera at all. And all of you must keep your blindfold on, okay? I'll give you 10 seconds and I want you to inhale and exhale 3 times. Now you are on the vehicle with me here in Madikwe. And we've arrived at Clow Dam. And straight away you can feel the change in the pressure. This morning it was unbearably hot with the sun bursting through, burning your skin. But now there's been a change, there's been a shift, and you can feel it. You don't need your eyes, your nose, or your ears to know that there's a change in pressure in the atmosphere. The wind is picked up. It's rustling all the hairs on your arms. The dark clouds are moving closer and closer to the edge of the dam, and all of a sudden it's just not quite so bright anymore. It's a little bit gloomy. You're relishing the wind, but at the same time the wind has a hint of something nasty coming in, and that's a little bit worrying. But over the sound of the wind, you can actually just hear the ripples of the water lapping up against the shoreline. There are no animals in the water, but the wind is creating tiny little mini waves. And if you just listen carefully, you can hear that. You can hear the trickle and the ripple of the water in the dam. Way in the background, you can hear the blacksmith lapwings. Tink, 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 tink. And you just know you're at a water body. If you just take a big breath in through your nose, you can actually smell the water. You can smell that fresh, earthy, damp, organic smell. You know you were sitting at a water body. Even if you can't see it, you can smell it. You can smell the water. You don't have the nose of an elephant, no, but you're close enough to the water's edge to be able to smell that really rich, damp mud that almost tastes delicious, but not. A little bit too earthy for us. You can smell the fresh ellie dung on the ground. You know it's dung. It's got a pongy dung smell. But it's also very fresh and very organic. It's not nasty. It's not making you scrunch up your nose. You actually enjoy it. And that's all that fills your nostrils right now, because the wind is quite strong. It's picking up. The sickle bush next to you is blowing, and the little lanterns are swaying from side to side. And then when you look across the dam, it's just so green, so emerald green. You just know that it's summer. I hope you've all still got your blindfold on. The Egyptian geese are just waddling as they always do around the water body, looking for whatever vegetation they can find, whatever trouble they can cause. The swallows have been dancing on the water. You can't even keep track of them with your eyes. They're making you dizzy, but they're also so enjoyable to watch, just dancing and fluttering with such agility over the water's edge. The guinea fowl have been running amok on the dam wall, back and forth and back and forth. You don't know what's upsetting them, but they're just not staying still. You're a little bit worried about rain coming. You don't want to get wet, but you're still just enjoying this moment around the water body. The brown-veined white butterflies are just dancing everywhere. It literally looks like snowflakes, but you know it's not. The dragonflies, species that you can't even identify, are just swooshing in and out of your field of view. Hovering so accurately that it blows your mind. Are they staying still? Are they not? Sometimes they're slow enough for you to see a splash of color, that turquoise blue or that deep scarlet red. Quilias arrive on the scene in a big flock. All together, you can't even keep track of them. They're flying so fast. You can hear the canvas of the roof of the vehicle blowing a little bit. You know the wind is picking up. When you look down at the ground, you can see ants everywhere, hard at work, doing their own ant thing, working together, cooperating. Everything just feels and smells so fresh. Clean air, clean water, doesn't smell stagnant at all. Clean vegetation. You're just going to sit for a moment and listen to the sounds of the birds. Polly, you're saying my voice is so soothing and calming, you can feel it all. Okay, you can take your blindfolds off now. Davi clearly took his off. But that was just a little short experiment, if you like. Experience is actually a better word. So you can just close your eyes. You can't rely on vision. And try to, maybe I'm not the best at describing the scene in front of me, but try to just imagine and feel what I am talking about. Smell that mud. If Davi can just sort of zoom in on the wet, squelchy mud, you can almost smell it and feel it. You know what it's like when you're walking through mud and it's damp and earthy and you can just feel your feet and you can sort of, it just fills your nostrils, really. can hear the birds, you can imagine the green color. You can imagine everything. And although there's not much happening, and there's not, the dam is very quiet, that was just to show how you can sort of tap into other senses. And it's really true. The family were big on that when we were kids, and they used to blindfold us and set up a little tray of food. And we had to taste the food and guess what it was. It was really simple. But it was really difficult things like Old English mustard or beetroot or a pickled onion or a strange cheese. And believe it or not, when you've not got your vision and you try to eat something you have no idea what it is, it's really hard. And that's because you're messing up all your senses. And it's a really good experiment for anyone to try. I totally recommend it. Your brain then automatically sort of tunes into the other senses. And it's funny when people say, oh, my senses become heightened. That's interesting, because did they become heightened, or were your senses always like that and your brain just tunes into it? We're so used to just living in this visual world. We are so unbelievably visual. Everything is sort of videos, visual media. We're very aesthetic. We look at other humans. We judge other humans based on looks. It's just how humans are. But sometimes it's good to just tune into the other senses. So I hope you all enjoyed that. Davi, did you enjoy it?
Loved it.
You loved it. Did you fall asleep?
Almost.
But it's true, you should just practice it yourself, and it just makes you aware of what your body is capable of. And obviously we can't tap into other organisms' senses, we just can't. I mean, bats use echolocation, sharks have electroreceptors, some have paws, some animals like elephants have a trunk that we can't even really begin to imagine what it's like to have a trunk. Some animals are tetrachromatic. Some animals see UV. Some animals navigate the world solely through chemicals, tasting chemicals in the air. We really can't imagine that because we're limited by our own human box that we're in. Because we are a human, which is absolutely fine. But we shouldn't forget that any other sort of organism will have a different range of senses. They may not be experiencing what we're experiencing from our environment. It's all down to phenomenology. There's a beautiful image I saw that visually depicted this, and it was an image of a meadow, a gorgeous meadow, flowering meadow on a sunny day, and there was lots of different insects there. There was ants crawling on the blades of grass, mosquitoes, butterflies, dragonflies, birds in the sky. Let's just say an impala or two walking by, and what you had to do was draw a circle around every living being. No matter how small, every living creature, draw a bubble. And then each of those bubbles represents each animal's environment and contains all the sort of features available to that species. When we try to enter into one of those bubbles, you've got to completely reconfigure your senses and think like that organism, tap into that organism's umwelt. A new world is going to arise in every single bubble. So when you finally look at the entire picture, you're like, wow, in one picture of a meadow, there are hundreds of bubbles, and every single one of those bubbles are so different. It's like 100 different worlds inside one picture. And really, that's what we're looking at on a daily basis. I mean, right now we're looking at Egyptian geese, but you get the point. And you should try it. Just find a picture of an environment that does show animals and try to look at all the different bubbles. And the quote that sort of goes with phenomenology is, what shines forth for a butterfly may not shine forth for a dragonfly. And it's a great quote because I think sometimes they're lumped together. They're just insects. They're the same. They've got 6 legs and they fly. Yes, but they're living in a completely different umwelt from one another. They're not similar in so many ways with regards to their senses. They don't navigate the landscape and the environment that they are in using the same senses. They are not similar at all. sometimes I think it's easy to overlook that and just think, oh, they both fly, they both got wings. Yeah, they're similar, they're both insects. But of course that's not the case, and it isn't until you tap into each and every one of them that you can understand that each organism is living in a completely different world in relation to its own senses. But if you really want to tap into the world of senses, you've got to get into your own senses first. Well, I'm glad we at least have Egyptian goose at the jam, because we don't have much else. But we're going to bumble and see what else we can find.
Thank you for that journey, Lauren. I tried to participate. I didn't blindfold myself, but here and there, I did close my eyes. But I obviously, that defeats the purpose. But I just wanted to keep an eye on everything, just to make sure we are not missing any action or, any potential sightings. But as you say, it's very important. And as I also mentioned this morning, we are actually so irrelevant if you compare us to animals and their abilities and everything that they are, in fact, just, out of instinct able to do. We tend to think because of our technology and our money and our weapons and everything that we are just these absolute beasts, but we are really absolutely nothing. And sadly no update on BFF yet. Hopefully it will come around today, he or she. I have no idea what the gender is yet. Of course it's our fluffy black baby zebra. But nothing as of yet. And also when I say we are nothing, when I compare us to animals, I don't mean we don't add any value or anything like that. I just mean sometimes we have to take a step back, just remind ourselves that we are not at all that wonderful if we are not taking care of nature and taking care of each other. Because that is ultimately the other thing as well. We do have to start caring for not just animals, our planet, the environment around us, but also our fellow human beings. And I'm not just saying this because it's the holiday season or anything like that. I actually had a massive venting session yesterday because, I always tend to think that, well, this is just at least my personal observation, but don't you think that during the holiday season people are so extra chirpy and extra loving, and then it's very important, to spend time with family and everything? And this is something that has always aggravated me because, obviously being in this industry, I think in my whole guiding career, I've probably had, let's say give or take, I really have to do the math now. Let's say 8 Christmases out of 11 I was working. And so I never really, fully understood what Christmas is and holiday season and Mother's Day and birthdays and weekends and all of that, because it's just another day. But I really want to urge us all, and when I say us all, I mean including me, or including myself. Don't just be kind on, the holiday season, or in the holiday season. Goodness, what's happening with my with my speech? Don't just be kind, during the holiday season. Don't just care about animals when they start being endangered. Don't just, start caring about the environment as soon as it starts flooding or, there's a fire or something. We should really start waking up. And as Lauren also said, start using more of your senses. Don't just be visual. And don't just constantly want to be entertained and, want to be, what's the word? Sheesh. No, when you are like visually or audibly, constantly entertained by something, I think it starts with an S, sorry. Stimulated, that's the word, yes. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with my dictionary today. But we tend to just be visually or audibly stimulated. I remember when I was working at Disney, people would literally walk up to me and say, tell me something. Then you're like, about what? Then they're like, no, just anything. And you're like, but about the animals, about South Africa, about Africa as a continent, about me personally, about... No, really just anything. We're waiting for a ride. And I remember this was always so fascinating to me, because this truly is what happens to all of us, not just here or in America or in any country. This is what is happening to us as humans. We are so, I don't know, we tend to just hide behind our technology and, just research something quickly online, or you read something online and you immediately believe it. But at the end of the day, we really do have to dig deeper. And I really want to urge you, because I know especially this time of the year, everyone's in a good mood and New Year's resolutions are coming up and, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. But I really do want to urge you, don't just take it because it's the holiday season. Don't just set these goals for yourself because it's the happy time of the year. Set a goal for yourself. Start recycling, or perhaps, follow more pages on social media, that helps animals, or that wants to assist, people that are living in poverty, people that are living without food. Last night, we were actually watching a series, and it was this, sorry, I know I'm covering a lot of topics now, but my brain is just flooding now. We were watching this series, and it's like this really, really, really rich family. And there was just this whole breakfast spread. And I said, it's so sad. If you think about it, this is all for show. It's for TV. Second of all, on set, there was literally just two people that ate from that, or in the scene, I should say, not on set. There were literally two people that ate from that breakfast spread. And I know I myself have been in the film and TV industry. A lot of the times, the staff or the cast are not allowed to eat from that food, so that gets thrown out. But how sad that we are spending money on food that we are going to throw away. And when I say we, I don't mean you and I specifically. I mean us as humankind. So I really do want to urge everyone this holiday season, just be kind. Just think a bit further than your nose. Try and see how you can help animals. And I myself am going to... I've already made a list of things I do want to, learn more about. Animals I want to gain more knowledge and experience and everything on, because it really is so important and so imperative to educate ourselves on everything around us, not just the animals, not just the dam cam, not just Escape to Nature or Wild Earth or anything, just within our reach. We really do have to see more what we can do, what we can learn, what we can inform ourselves on. But anyway, sorry, that was Lauren got my brain started now with her beautiful journey that she took us on. And it really is, we are very narrow-minded and narrow-sighted. I remember this morning on Escape to Nature, I couldn't come to the to the word oppervlakkig. And that is really what I think we are as humans. And I don't say this to insult everyone, or anyone for that matter. every day we get to look at these animals and I think, how are we not more like animals? And I actually made a joke with Morgan this morning when we were watching the red hartebeest that had just given birth. You know, these animals that have to clean their young and the babies that have to eat the dung and everything. It's gross, but you know, to some aspects I am very, very grateful that we are not more like animals. But I think with regards to, you know, them just being so tuned in and just doing what they are supposed to be doing, I definitely urge us all to be more like them. To look out for one another, to give each other alarm calls when something is wrong. It sounds very, very weird now, but I really do mean that. And not just because it's the holiday season. Honestly, as I say, I get very infuriated because this time of the year everyone is very, very happy and we have to love each other and we have to make time to see grandma and grandpa and the parents and the grandchildren, etc., etc., etc. What are we doing the rest of the year? Why aren't we seeing those people then? And I too, believe me, I myself am guilty. I'm not preaching or anything. I'm preaching for myself, if anything. But it's always been a question, you know, why just this time of the year do we tend to relax and just have love for one another and have all the patience in the world? And only this time of the year do we have family reunions. You don't see zebras just being in a dazzle, you know, every once in a year, or they are always there for each other. They always have each other's backs. They're always gonna alarm call if there's a lion or a leopard around. If there's a tiny one, they're all gonna protect it, just like elephants, just like impala.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Darcy Miller, good afternoon. It's always wonderful to hear from you. You are saying you agree with me. People as a whole are too self-absorbed with themselves during the year, in my opinion, your opinion. And I definitely do agree with you, Darcy. As I say, that's always just been, and I have to say, not even just as an adult, you know, ever since I was young, I could never understand why, because my brother and I literally differed a year and a half, and we would always, of course, be the Christmas elves, and everyone is just happy, and it's wonderful, and, you know, don't fight with your sister, it's Christmas, and yes, and... I remember my brother, literally the one day he said to my mom, yes, and it's not different to any other day of the year. Yes, there's festivities and, you know, there's a lot of celebration going on, but why are we so set on acting differently this time of the year? And again, as I say, you know, with these animals, you don't see zebras just helping each other out one day of the week or a certain time of the year. Same with the springboks, same with the elephants, same with the rhinos. They do what they do every single day. Whether they are solitary animals, whether they are pack animals, herd animals, pride animals. Why can we not be more like them? But as I say, I don't want to be a preachy Susie today, but I do think, you know, it's things that we every now and again just have to remind ourselves of. And that's what I love also when Lauren goes on these journeys with us and says, envision yourself doing this or touching this or smelling this. And that is the one thing that I really do find super sad, is that we can't share the smells with each other and, you know, touch everything around us, feel it, walk barefoot, and, you know, just sort of feel the soil and the water and everything. But I definitely do think wherever you find yourself, if you are in the United States, if you are in the UK, my best friend lives in the UK, and even as cold as it is now, because I'm told it's very, very cold there right now, but, you know, she even still to this day makes time every single day to go out and to walk about and to, you know, just sort of smell everything, whether it's the snow you're smelling or the grass. Just get in touch with something bigger than yourself. Alrighty, but Lisa's done preaching. I won't be doing it the whole day, I'm sorry. But thank you for listening anyway. I'm going to send you over to Liam in Kariga so we can see what he's up to.
Hey, welcome back to Scotia Waterhole. We've got a quite an energetic little zebra foal. He's certainly in the Christmas spirit, that's for sure. He's been pronking around excitedly, wondering what old Great Saint Claus has brought under the Christmas tree. Probably lots of lovely green grass, little foal. That's certainly almost always a given at this time of year. Ooh, a little bit of a kick in the mouth there. It's certainly one of the things we can enjoy much in the southern hemisphere at this time of year, at least in certain parts of it. It is the time of new growth and lots of babies, and you know, especially in the summer rainfall areas where, yeah, birds and creatures are starting to, well, make babies. What do you know? And that, boys and girls, is how baby foals come into the world. Hoi hoi hoi. So, with a gestation of about 9 months, if a zebra were to be conceived now, it would mean you would get zebra babies in around about October. Stand to be, yeah, around about October. And if I had a look at this little foal, probably about a month and a half, 2 months old. So makes more or less sense. It certainly could have been a Christmas baby. He's a little bit embarrassed by this peculiar behavior his parents are up to. Frisky. Okay, well, now that the naughty business is over, let's get down to some thirst quenching, which I believe that is the original reason why they came down to the water. Nice, a bit more calm scene. Very much dependent on water, zebras. If they can, they will try to drink at least once a day. Quite unlike some creatures you might find up in Etosha who can go without. Ollie, indeed, this little foal is a tiny little one. Like I said, I don't believe, Ollie, I don't believe this foal is not more than 3 months, so it would be still very much dependent on mum's milk. Not even a little nibble. Go, let's see. Hey, there you are. So there you are, starting to graze a little. The young one is growing up. It's taking its independence. Whoa. Who could resist that lovely green grass on the edge of the water here? Shoo-wee, look at those wagging tails. Happy as anything. It's interesting to see this little bit of interactive behavior, how their ears flick back and you can see their heads go into certain positions, can express their discomfort with another zebra in their space. Well, after all, they do say, at least in human beings' case, at least 70% of most of what we express is merely through gestures. Very easy to pick up on the mood of somebody without them having to even speak. whilst the zebras come down to have a little bit of a graze and a drink, let's go and see what's happening in Amakhala with Andrew.
So we've managed to find some other juvenile ostriches over here, not the same ones that we saw to begin with. This is a different group, but in the same area, in Liebenbosch Flats area. And I'm not sure, but I think this could be the offspring from what was Papa Ostrich back when Lauren was out here in Amakhala. That was in August, I think, somewhere around there. August, September. No, not August. I think it was July, actually. Could be, but it also might not be. And they're still very juvenile, just almost at their adult form. There's at least one male that I can identify out of this group. The rest seem to be females. Actually, I think there might be 2 males and 2 females in this group. There we go. So the males are the 2 black ones over there, especially the one on the left side. And you have the middle one and you have the one on the right side. So the one on the right side I think is another male. And the female that's there with them as well. So I'm just gonna try and block this microphone. I'm not sure if the wind is coming in here, but let me just try and block it. It's actually quite nice to see so many different groups of ostrich out here in Liebenbosch Flats area. It tells us that the resources are definitely abundant here, especially for ostrich. And it's not uncommon to see them in this area, but not at the rate that we've been seeing the last few days. Always looking around, see that. Wonderful. Look at that, looks like that one ostrich has got 2 heads, see that? That's quite unique. There we go. As you can see, that's not the case. Very serious face if you look at them head on, sort of towards their beak straight on. They do look very serious. Now, I'm not 100% sure how many Lauren initially saw when it came to Papa Ostrich and the young ones. I'm not sure how many she saw, but if it's the same group, and there's 4 left. And they're getting fairly big now. And definitely going to be able to protect themselves quite well. You wouldn't believe it, but the worst enemy for ostriches is actually the black-backed jackals, as well as brown hyena, because brown hyenas do snatch eggs, and with their powerful jaw they just crack the egg and drink the yolk matter in the inside. And then jackals. Jackals often eat the young ones. And if an ostrich can catch a jackal, make no mistake, the ostrich will definitely attack the jackal and try and kill it. And for what I've seen, it looks like ostriches are, black-backed jackal are more afraid of ostriches than what they are of cheetah, which is quite interesting. Oh, wonderful. I believe Lauren has found a wildebeest calf, so I'm going to send you through that side.
It seems to just be baby mania for me today. This is also a newborn. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if this youngster was actually born in the wee early hours of this morning, because it's still sticky on top, and just moments ago it was standing up and it was really wobbly. It's got a bright pink nose, you just can't see it because of the leg, and it's just tired. Already tired. So it really wouldn't surprise me if this was also from this morning. It's a different set of wildebeest, it's not the same. But when they're sort of newly born, you'll find that they're quite dark because they're sticky, they're matty, they're darker in colour. As they get a few days old, they'll start to really fluff up and dry up and become really sort of light in colour. I also think this one was from this morning, believe it or not. I can't get enough of this. It's only a matter of time before Davi and I get the birth from start to finish, not the afterbirth. But it's been a really wonderful drive. I do miss Papa Ostrich and Amakala, I do. He was fabulous. Look at you just snoozing next to Mama. And although we didn't have much at Clodagh, at least we had a bit of an experience, a bit of a journey. And I hope you enjoyed the journey. And seriously, try it. Especially if you have kids. Get them to tune into their other senses, it's important. But otherwise, from all the sightings today, from the very, very start of Safari Live right through, has just been incredible. And it's not going to stop there, everyone, because Penguin Beach is coming next. And then festive animal bingo on Safari Live for the Sunset Safaros. So it's just go, go, go. But a big thank you to you all for jumping on board. We couldn't do it without you, really. So please do tune in for all the upcoming shows, and I shall see you later. Have a great day.